true. Ooh. What's up? How are we doing, guys? This video is old as fuck, isn't it? 4 years ago. Bro, why are you linking this? I still have no idea what the point of this was. This can't be like standard for cops, right? Like, is this normal? Do they train this? Wait, how many times did you just try to get that mag in? Sorry. Nice. Jesus. What was going on here with these guys? Like, what were they accused of? 534 views. Oh, this video has no view. What the fuck? They were shooting at his car, stole a loaf of bread, petty theft.
Hey, Connor, how fast do you think he can make it spin?
Hi everyone. I'm wearing a silly hat. For all you... Shut up!
Okay. Why? Jesus Christ! Okay, hold on. We're gonna do one quick run before we do StreamCon today. Okay, I need to beat this. I've never actually beaten this last level, even on level 1. Omen of Housing is good, right? Extra house, I think lets you do a lot of extra shit. This has got to be a good omen. Hold on, pop out chat. Where are the 4 people in chat that play this game? This has got to be a good omen. 20% reliability is good. I like action points this level. Yeah, action points are probably the most important thing because of putting out those stupid fucking things. Oof, okay, what do we dump for action points? Reliability is nice, not necessary. Accuracy is really nice. Resistance reduction is really nice. Crit. I can probably dump that damage one. I can probably dump the reliability one. Do the action point one. The omen of housing is only good in some cases. For example, if you run out of action points, you might accidentally say Obama. Snowfall of the Dark is a way better omen for this. Open for this. Snowfall of the Dark Jader. Wait, do you actually play this game? Or am I about to go looking for this omen that doesn't exist? Okay, you're just good one. Do you think this guy uses too many nades to clear out this trench?
And you say, and again, this has become very famous in this video, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
You consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
And you say...
This is a deposition. What is this for?
Green, lower, chatting.
Was this for the civil rape case or whatever? Oh, God. You can take the omen of rare attributes and hope for extra action points when you guys level up. The 3-star action omen is really... Yeah, I think so. Grace Thorpe memes today? Maybe. I really don't like some of the weapon classes in this fucking game. Jesus. He doubled down? Holy shit. Bro, it's Donald J. Trump. Why would he not? He's a Giga Chad. What is the worst weapon class in the game? Is why it's spears? Ugh, true, actually. No me Marino. You need AP potions for every single unit since a ghost care. Oh, that is true too. I guess stacking AP potions would probably be good, huh? Asman wants you on his podcast.
Exactly. I think anybody would be. You ever consider having a politician guest for steak and eggs? A politics guest like Destiny? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I know that, like, here's the reality, okay? I'm trying to remember, what was the major political event that Tectone didn't even know about? I'm trying to remember, like, what it was, but it was, like, something that was just, like, so in, like, January 6th. He didn't even know that it happened. Exactly, I think anybody would.
Nice. How do you not know January 6th happened? What do you think? We just went from January 5th to January 7th? Isn't it every year? Bro, this dude's already up my ass. When is it? Twitch unban? Someday, my friend, someday. Look, does LTG get unbanned when I does? Listen, my unbann's coming, okay? Please don't run in. Okay, that's right. He's not gonna... Surely I won't get my level 1 bonus revoked on the first fucking... Okay, nice. If you're playing the Cuban minority card for Twitch? Oh no, I'll try that next time, don't worry. Once I stopped identifying as non-binary, there's just no chance, you know. That didn't do anything for me. Just lean into the Cuban thing more? Yeah. True? True? Got a sombrero? True. Do you have a Vine Boom soundboard? Listen, I had it at one point in time, and then RPTBA told me to change my whole setup, and I changed it just for him, and then it fucked everything up. And it's just never been the same since. Bruv, please. Do you ever do regional/state competition in grade school? I think I did. I'm trying to remember. Like, did math counts? Is that a real thing? Did anybody remember that? I feel like there were a couple things I did, but I don't. Oh no, I do remember. Because we went to some, like, we made it. I remember we made it to some finals conference bullshit. I don't remember, but that's where I was doing this shit where I was like rocking my chair like an autistic fuck, and I fell out of my chair and I stabbed myself with a pencil, and I still have the lead in my arm. I don't know why, it's like there forever. I remember it, but that's where I got that from. So yeah, I did do that shit, I guess. Did you know Extra Emily's from Omaha as well? That's really funny if that's true. I did not know that. I wasted so many action points. Nice. Nice, nice. Armor, armor. Okay, losing walls for no fucking reason. Is that actually really funny? Were you being sarcastic? Did somebody be from Omaha, Nebraska? I mean, I feel like it's fairly rare, so that's kind of funny, right? Fuck. Fuck. About the Civil War on Cowboys, a good one. gonna play Eve again? Fuck no. Tell me to study for my test, go study tag. Is there a way that you can see how many kills somebody has, like, during a run? Is that seeable? Anyway? It'd be nice to, like, balance out the experience. See, like, theoretically, so this person has 77 experience over level. This person needed 51 more. This person needed like 30. Like, I could have had 2 people probably with level 3. Can we get a voting system in DGD to kick one orbiter from any group convo? I have. Here's like the problem. Is that the problem is I'm like 99% sure is that if I kick or drag anybody out, they're literally going to become instantaneously like anti-fans. That I'm not really sure what to do. I don't know. I need like a Dan figure. Or somebody to come in and like just go hard. That's just more content. I mean, I don't super dig the anti-fan thing, believe it or not. Is Kelly Jean still banned? Is she banned right now? Why is everybody asking if she's still banned? Kick for money? The problem is I know what the good content is and I know what you guys want to watch. But the problem is you guys don't know what you want to watch. So you guys might vote to kick the wrong people. That's the issue. Like, there was a golden trifecta of content in stream last night, and you guys would have voted to kick most of them. Vegan Gains, Carantos, and Grace were like the golden trifecta of content. And I think you guys probably would have voted to kick maybe Grace and maybe Carantos, and maybe even Vegan Gains. I'm not sure, because you guys are retarded. So like I can't rely on people to vote to kick. I have to like just do it myself. But like I said, I'm pretty sure if I start kicking people, like they're literally gonna become anti-fans. It's just gonna be all over. I think I should always re-roll for weapons, huh? Oh my god, and action points, and poison? Hello? Yes? What do you think about Kelly spawn camping the stream just despite chat? I'm gonna create anti-fans when I answer that question. Should I sell? Do people really do that? Like sell everything and then buy it back to make a... I feel so cringe. What about orbiters that don't care at all about entertaining chat? Feels like some people just want to talk to you and actively dislike the stream. I don't think that attitude matters much. It just depends on It just depends on who it is. I might just start going. I guess like there's a lot of people that join anyway, so I might just like start being mean, I guess. But like I said, like there are already a couple people that have been like moved out or kicked like once or twice, and then they're just like it's like over. They get like super molded. Ugh. The Awuga guy getting banned was insane. Yeah, I don't know. RTBA in chat apparently says he's a troll, but I don't even know if RTBA knows that or if he just is saying that because he doesn't believe that the guy can genuinely believe those opinions. So I have no idea. You get high viewership during doing certain types of content, but is this the audience you want to create? I feel like your audience has gotten a lot trashier and ADHD Zimmer brain the past year or two, and the streams can be shallow as a result. No, I think everybody likes drama. Literally every type of person enjoys drama content, whether it's serious or not. I think the difference in audience right now is probably because I picked up a ton of people in the past year, so they haven't been like fully communally like integrated yet into they haven't been like fully integrated yet into the. Hold on one second. Into the community yet. Going back to the Tim Pool thing. Yeah, we'll probably watch the last hour of this today, yeah. Who was that Nina Non Grata person you replied to on Twitter? That's the crazy Australian girl that reports everybody for sexual harassment. She is an actual crazy person. What about you are reviewing videos like Tim Pool? You just have a segment at a time where people can't join in to derail. People, okay. Oh, fuck. My mood is, I have to take like a break or something. My mood is so compromised all the time now. People joining when I'm doing video stuff is one of the best possible things that can happen while doing video stuff, especially if it is somebody that has an area of expertise for that stuff. So yesterday, when the Avi stuff happened, when he joined, he's a physician, he's a real-ass doctor, okay, just like in Scrubs and just like in House, he's a real-ass doctor, been to med school, prescribes medication. When he wants to come in and he wants to talk about something that I'm asking a question about on that video, he's somebody with a relevant area of expertise that can flesh out or transform the content that we're doing and like broaden the understanding of the entire audience, and more importantly me, because fuck you guys. The problem was when Kelly Jean came in afterwards to reduce the collective IQ of the room to like 55. That was the huge fuck up. I probably should have just kicked her instead of having that whole thing happen. Was probably not a good idea. But Abby coming in was totally fine. People joining during videos is fine, especially because like that's one of the unique value adds that my community can have. And that like if I'm doing lawyer content, esports Batman or Pisco could jump in. Or if I'm doing medical content, potentially Dr. Avi or some other medical adjacent person can jump in. Or if I'm doing some content, right? Having like people with people in those area of expertise being able to come in is a really, really, really good thing. It's like one of the strongest aspects of doing the type of content I do. So I would never say that like, oh, well, I'm reviewing something nobody can join. It's just you only want like certain people to join. Yeah, not the yeah, then yeah, fuck me, dude. I can't. It's so hard. I'm just gonna do like a mushroom trip, and I'm gonna come back. There's like 2 huge changes I need to make to my personality. One, yeah, the biggest difficulty I'm having right now is that if I want to be taken more seriously in some spaces, I have to balance out my reputation somewhat, meaning I have to shut down certain types of memery. But the problem with shutting down certain memes is that like the best way to counteract people that make retarded jokes is usually just lean into them really hard, which I can do. I have no problem with that. And that's more fun, and it's a more natural, organic way for me to engage with that. So if you guys are memeing on some dumb shit, I'll just join in and fucking meme with you, and then ban you or post shit on my subreddit or whatever the fuck, and then we just meme our way through everything. I can do that, but the problem is that people outside of the community, and you fucking retards, eventually start to believe things are real. The problem is that while it doesn't matter in like a meme sense, if somebody from the outside looks in and sees it like, oh, this guy's like a rapist, or this guy's whatever, then it's like not fun anymore. So it's like it's very annoying trying to balance out the rolling with certain jokes or memes or whatever, but then also having to like yeah, I don't know, because it's like on one end like it appears really fragile, and then on the other end it appears really insincere, or like, yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I'm rolling with a lot of like fucking mental baggage right now. Someday I'll sit down and probably the next week or 2 and figure out. How are you going to manage the 55 IQ shit with people like Kelly with smart conversations? Because unless you set boundaries, they'll keep coming, and if you kick them... Yeah, I'm not sure. I should just like... are you really losing on a lot of opportunities at the moment? No, actually, I've had more opportunities than I ever have had. But it's more just like general like sculpting of like reputation and everything going forward. Meg wrote that if people want to join during a certain content review, the discussion or input has to be pertain to the topic being discussed. Yeah, maybe. But the problem is, like, the reality is that that's not even really the rule I would crap, because there are certain people who, when they come in, I'd probably almost always be okay with it, right? Like, Vegan Gains is fucking content. That dude gets so fucking mad over the dumbest shit in the most insane ways. He loses his fucking mind. So, like, if he ever wants to come in and fucking go full ape mode, I'd probably let him come in and go full fucking ape mode, because it's funny as fuck. But then obviously for other people, they don't have the same autistic charm. So it's harder because whatever rule I make is going to be somewhat inconsistent there, you know? Do you think the Muslim mark ever ruined your chance of debating Tate? Has he blocked you on Twitter? No, I don't even think he runs his Twitter. I don't know how many of those people run their Twitters. I don't think Pearl runs hers, actually, the more I look at it. The least charming orbiters are the ones with the least awareness and need kicking the most. Yeah, maybe. The problem is, like, none of these people are usually, like, mean or horrible. So I feel bad. Like, yeah. It also feels weird to talk about people in regards to content, because then it feels like I'm literally just like talking about these people as like fucking objects for us, for our amusement, but... Regarding Melina's taxes, she didn't have her apartment in Sweden, am I right? Oh, and did she report that she emigrated to the US? No, she never reported she left, which is something she didn't even know she needed to do. I didn't know you needed to do that, so this is all stuff that we're working on, like, retroactively filing now. Really, miss? You're gonna miss? There we go. Isn't it crazy how literally Quiznos was the most charming orbiter last night and a whole other person was just spending the whole night trying to bait him for no reason? Who what? So Waffles wasn't trying to bait him. Waffles is just fairly autistic, which is fine. Well, generally it's okay. It was late at that point and I didn't care. I've always said that Karantos can plug into a lot of different types of people. I think Karantos will be like a relatively, I think he'll grow. I don't want to say he'll be a big streamer because I don't know what your upside potential is on Kick right now, but Karantos has the potential to grow into like a decent sized memer, I think. I absolutely think that to be true. But yeah, because he can plug into a lot of other people and like synergize with them and adapt to them or whatever. He's like a, in my opinion, he's like a more flexible Zerka, basically, where Zerka can only do like certain types of content. Did I move this fucking character? Why? Fuck me. You could explain that thing he got offended by the serious convo jab. Yeah, he probably, well, because in his mind, like, he thinks he can have serious convos, and he probably can, actually. But I just, like, there's a lot of stuff I'm really curious about for that Grace person's, like, relationship with her family, and then her dad and everything. And I want to, that conversation is, like, very serious, and I don't think I can have that with a room full of fucking people. Zerga's really funny in Adam Show because he's talking to a new audience who's never experienced him. Yeah, because he's able to, it's like he can show his old shtick. And it'll be funny because it's a new audience, yeah. Hold on one second. That Kronos was memeing. He didn't sound like he was offended. Yeah, he was probably a little bit. Yeah, I think so. But I mean, I understand why. As a longtime Zark, I feel he's changed for the worse. The women-hating jokes and the anti-liberal shit is just so boring and repetitive. Plus, he farms schizos and actual women haters into his community. Yeah, a little bit. And then, I sound like a hater when I say this, and I'm not trying to be, but like the LA stuff is not, I don't think is good for him at all either. But I mean, if he's having fun, I guess. Let him coom? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with cooming. I don't have anything against him being a coomer. It's just that when that's like taking over his drive to like work at all or do any content at all, I think it's like, I think that's really, really, really destructive. Did that really just waste itself? This is the first time Zargo's gotten the possibility to do some sort of content to make him grow, but seems to throw it away every time. It's so weird. Yeah. We get a new hair color soon? I mean, once this grows out. I don't know. I haven't thought if I'll re-dye it or not. Really? Plans for the next game? I don't know. Thought about Satisfactory. It might be a meme. for shit in the background. We need to finish that self-defense stuff today. We need to get Dan back on, what was it, Warzone? Don't come. Oh, why would you go up? Seems like Zerka's never getting unbanned from Twitch.
You hear me, Panda? You ain't that nigga, Panda. I'm that.
I don't think they give a fuck about shit like this. Ayla crying from Mr. Girl. Bro, this is like a year old. What do you think about the girl making accusations about Zerka? Didn't she just say he was a pedophile? And then didn't he say, yes, I am a pedophile? Does that count as accusations? Thoughts on Matan, Evan versus Hassan? Why do you... Oh, Uncle Ted, are you the Groiper guy? Why? I don't... He's not funny. I don't think that guy is funny. I don't care. I don't know why you guys keep spamming. Whoops. He's not funny, but Hassan being triggered is. I feel like Hassan did about as much as he could, no? Was Hassan even that triggered? It seems like he just stood there, annoyed. This Aussie comedian is giving a shot at philosophical type videos. Are you talking about Jim Jeffries?
Young men being radicalized.
Ideas appealing to young men.
The cliche sentiment doled out by decaying media institutions. How dare these problematic young men not bend to our narrative? Clearly, they must be morally or
Oh, it's just gonna be more red pill shit.
even sexually deficient. You hear this everywhere. Online, TV, popular art. The basic premise being that any young man who dare think outside of the mainstream cultural narrative must be in some kind of radical pipeline, regardless of their position on the political spectrum. It can be the alt-right, the woke left. If you like Jordan Peterson, you're an incel, toxic Bernie bros, Joe Rogan bros, and Andrew Tate, forget about it. There has to be some sort of problem with all these young men. God forbid they're normal human beings whose attraction to these ideas can be understood when you look at the bigger picture. In this video essay, I'm going to talk about that bigger picture. I'm going to unpack some of the major ideologies currently popular among young men, talk about why they're popular, and predict...
Is your podcast with Farah going to be about red pill stuff? Fuck no. I'm trying to get out of this shit as much as possible.
...what may happen in the future. Before we start this essay, I want to just say a big thank you. I've done 10 of these video essays now, and for someone who was always a comedian to suddenly pivot into this world is, well, radical. However, I've been met with positive feedback, and I'm really enjoying these. I'm surely I've barely made it to base camp of Cringe Mountain, but I'm thankful that you've all been watching them and engaging with them. And not to mention, for my mostly male and Australian audience to see me wear vibrant colours that I colour coordinate with the light, speak intellectually with a head of David behind me, and not call me a wanker, that's a compliment in itself. There are multiple ideologies, popular figures, and worldviews that are gaining traction among young men. This is a subject I've already covered a lot, but it's so relevant and I want to delve further into it. I'm going to introduce these figures, cultures, and ideologies in this video, and over the coming weeks, I'm going to make singular videos.
Just curious a lot about co-signing you or Mel? Wait, about which thing? Wait, what is this in reference to?
Delving into each of them further, analyzing their main components, why they're popular, and what the future may hold for them. Number 1, Jordan Peterson. If you told someone even 10 years ago that a clinical psychologist would become a celebrity, selling out arenas to a mostly young male audience worldwide, talking about psychology and the Bible by...
Listen, the only apartment I'm co-signing on right now is my apartment, okay? You made opposing statements on that topic? Okay, here's what... I don't know why any of this is public. Here is what happened, okay? I think Farah said that I agreed to co-sign her apartment. I don't remember this at all. And I remember specifically joking, saying, because she at one point was looking at like, oh, here's a 4-year lease. And I think I made the joke, there's no way we're still going to be friends in 4 years. I would never co-sign that. But then she said, oh no, you did say you would co-sign my apartment. But then later on, when I asked her, I was like, I do not remember saying I would co-sign your apartment. Did this ever happen? She said, well, you were on your phone and I asked you about it and you said, uh-huh. And I think you were on Reddit. So maybe I did. If I did, I don't remember it or I just didn't hear it. But no, I haven't co-signed anything. But she might have thought I said it. I might have thought I said it. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but I would never co-sign a stranger because I don't want to be on the hook for $35,000 of fucking rent. But her lease isn't even 4 years. I'm pretty sure that's all like a fucking meme. She's an actual retard if she thinks I'm in it. I don't think she was trying to get me to co-sign. She qualified for the apartment. She didn't need me to co-sign anything.
2018? You'd be called crazy. But that's exactly what happened. Dr. Peterson rose to fame on the back of his disagreement with students about Canada's C-16 bill regarding the mandated use of pronouns. He achieved online notoriety and fame for his impassioned warnings about the creep of postmodern neo-Marxism and his secular or psychological justification of traditional values. Now, I'm not going to sit here and dissect whether he's accurate or correct on everything, nor will I for any of the preceding figures or ideologies, but I'm going to talk about why he's popular. Dr. Peterson's major work is called Maps of Meaning. It's an exploration of great myths and narratives across cultures. Peterson says that the wisdom of a culture is encoded into their grand myths, their stories, and their meta-narratives. And this wisdom or these values are so vital and significant that they are true. He calls these stories true. He will say God is a representation of our highest value, therefore God is true. Now, that has caused him a lot of controversy, especially from new atheists. But this is where I believe he captures a lot of young men compared to, say, the new atheists. Take Jordan Peterson and someone like Richard Dawkins. Now, obviously I'm not here to tell you whether one is more correct than the other. But what I can tell you is how myself and many other men feel when we listen to Dawkins.
Why do you accept Farah doing such, saying unhinged shit about you? And when you confront her about it, she says it was just a troll, though there was never any indication that it was a troll, not until you confront her. Because she hasn't said anything serious that is like a serious thing. Usually it's people in the community interpreting it as like a really serious thing. Like the only serious conflict I've had with her had to do with the edit of the video. But aside from that, like her saying something like, oh, he co-signed or whatever, or some shit like that. It's not like, obviously I didn't co-sign anything. There's not like a huge disagreement there. Or her like making a meme on stream about like Hassan or whatever. It's not like, I'm not like genuinely upset or like anything like that. Like we're just like, yeah, it's just not a big deal. It might be a big deal to you, but what about poisoning your drink? That's like a Muslim thing, I think. Like apparently that's like a thing they do in their culture. So I just wasn't aware of that.
Compared to when we listen to Peterson. I listen to Dawkins or Sam Harris and I feel smart, I feel edified, I feel intellectually superior. I don't think that's their intention, but that's likely how they make many of their listeners feel. When I listen to Jordan Peterson, I feel inspired. And that is a far more powerful emotion and a huge advantage his ideas have. He is an expert in the power of story, he is an expert in psychology, and he offers men an inspiring story. As a young man, you don't get that anywhere else. Mainstream progressive culture talks about how young men are the problem, how they're collectively responsible for the hardships women have had to face. There's a sea of casual disrespect, and what's a man going to feel when he hears the narratives of mainstream culture? Shame, guilt, resentment, and, this is an important one, powerlessness. Peterson offers a story of inspiration and potential to young men, which is the opposite to what
This doesn't strike me as red pill. This is exactly red pill. This is everything. That is red pill.
they get from popular art and society at large. There are, of course, other factors, and like I said, in the coming weeks, I'll make a dedicated video analyzing his popularity. A core disadvantage of this kind of philosophy is that as the world continually changes at a rapid pace, traditional wisdom could grow less relevant and newer ideas could be necessary to move forward. There also isn't really a political narrative or long-term aim. I can't really foresee a Petersonian revolution or political coup. What will likely happen in the coming years is his philosophy and followers will be funneled into a new right or new center, along with other ideologies like the trad movement, centrism, a return to religion, all of which I'll talk about later in this video. Number 2, hustle culture. Now, this culture isn't really anything new or revolutionary, but in a similar vein to Peterson, figures like Gary Vee or David Goggins give their mostly male listeners a sense of purpose and inspiration in work ethic, discipline, and entrepreneurial success. Once you see people who have overcome their struggles, built...
This guy's actually defending hustle culture? Holy shit. What the fuck?
incredible companies, you have faith that you can do it too. It makes you feel like the hero of your story, and that's a powerful narrative and a huge advantage in gaining the hearts and minds of young men. It fosters meaning, great habits, and behaviors both individually and for society. A disadvantage to these ideas would be that this is a subculture rather than a philosophy or an ideology. It doesn't say much about the world at large, culture, or politics. In an
Isn't he just still manning each of these subcultures?
Period of geopolitical and cultural tension, I can't
oh, maybe
see
I guess
the
maybe he's
subculture
just
growing into
maybe he's just
anything
going through all of them. I
large-scale or
guess. And sure,
substantial.
yeah, I guess.
Although I will say a David Goggins dictatorship would be mad. I predict their followers will also eventually be funneled into a broader new right in the coming years or decades, and new gurus and charismatic entrepreneurs will always pop up every now and again. I'm sure there are a bunch of VR and metaverse hustlers waiting to gain notoriety in the 2030s. Another disadvantage is, like with anything, it can be taken to a ridiculous degree where one's entire identity is based on being a hustler or being hard, and statistically speaking, not everyone can make it. So if one does not reach their financial goals, it can cause a lot of distress. It's not going away anytime soon, and different forms of hustle culture or male-focused self-help will always capture plenty of young men. Number 3, left-wing populism or the alt-left. With economic inequality the way it is, it's no surprise left-wing populism is ascendant in many Western nations. Bernie Sanders should probably have won the 2016 Democratic nomination. Here in Australia, the Greens, our left-wing party, is growing in popularity. The French protests could be called populist left, and there are many online commentators that could be described as left-wing populist or alt-left. You can break down this broad church into countless cultural and political factions.
Am I going to make an appearance here?
From a very broad perspective, 2 core components would be anti-capitalism and pro-social justice.
No, not here.
I think this ideology has a lot of advantages in the coming years. It gives people, including young men, a cause to fight for, a common enemy, and similar to the new atheists, it can often instill a sense of intellectual superiority or being awake in its adherents. It appeals to the grievances, pain, and suffering of people experiencing economic or status insecurity, and with AI likely to rock the jobs market even more, I wouldn't be surprised if an angrier version of left-wing populism gains the hearts and minds of young men in the coming years. It has some disadvantages, and these are as follows. In this social media age, anyone who posts about an ideology inadvertently becomes an avatar or symbol of that culture, essentially marketing the brand. Some of the more extreme cultural or woke elements are appealing to a subset of individuals that, to put it lightly, seem mentally ill, and for a lot of young straight men, it can turn them off anything considered even remotely left-wing. The cost of championing women and sexual minorities has created a space and culture that can be quite anti-male. It can make young men feel an unnecessary amount of shame or guilt simply for being men. It tells people what is bad about society and what to fight for or protest, but it doesn't tell you how to live your life on a day-to-day basis. nor does it seem to agree on a clear idea of how to design society after a revolution or mass movement occurs. And finally, because it's very egalitarian, it can struggle to organize effectively and maintain a hierarchy of order with aims above the self. It may have a disadvantage against some right-leaning ideologies, especially in capturing young men who seek out fairness and the ability to climb hierarchies as opposed to harm reduction. What could happen is that the cultural social justice elements separate from the economic anti-capitalist elements, and followers of left-wing populism could be funneled into a broader movement of anti-corporate populism that even includes some people from the right. In the next 20 years, if there is a mass economic shock,
Can you
I could
argue against
definitely
this?
see an
I mean, I guess
ideology
he's
like
just
this
giving
taking hold and
what
really
his
winning the
opinions
hearts
on,
and
or
minds of a
trying
lot
to
of young
summarize
men,
what all these
giving
different
them a
political
cause to
movements
fight
online are
for.
right now.
However, if the cultural social justice elements continue to play a larger role, it'll still be a powerful and significant ideology, but I think it loses a lot of young men. Number 4, right-wing populism or the alt-right. Jonathan Haidt's book, The Righteous Mind, talks about the 6 major moral matrices separating the left and the right. 2 significant values to the right were loyalty and authority. Young men want to belong to a tribe. They are evolutionarily designed to fight for that tribe and thus be attracted to militaristic movements that appeal to their sense of heroism and aggression. Nothing does this better than the alt-right. Right-wing populism appeals to people's sense of loyalty and a return to patriotism and nationalism, as well as wanting to belong to something greater than themselves. In a world that's telling men their intrinsically male impulses are wrong or immoral, a major revolution against that could come, and it likely won't be pretty. Its advantage is that it often appeals to the most aggressive men who would be most likely to start some kind of revolution and, at least in the short term, be effective. This could also be its disadvantage, though. The energy within a movement like this would be violent, aggressive, and This so-called radicalization is a result of a mainstream culture that offers young men no meaning, purpose, power, or tribe. Corporations or the establishment will continue to side with progressive or woke culture. The reason being that making justice about identity rather than economics doesn't hurt corporate profit, and in living a life dedicated to climbing a corporate ladder, one is devoid of deeper meaning and thus is far more likely to attach themselves to what John McWhorter calls the woke religion. Over the medium term, the populist economic left will merge with the less extreme elements of the populist right, and this kind of populism versus establishment progressivism will be the major cultural and political factions, with moderates and centrists deciding elections based on economic conditions and which extremes of culture are more threatening. Men and young men inheriting a world where they are less needed will lean towards populist ideologies or centrism. Wokeism will peak sometime this decade, then plateau and go down. The reason I suggest this is that a lot of young men, even middle-aged and older women, are already stepping back from. It struggles to form hierarchies and aims for causes greater than the self, also appealing to some of the least disciplined, least aggressive people. Low fertility rates compared to other ideologies, the general pendulum swing of culture.
Okay. Do I think Black Lives Matter? Sometimes. Depends on which ones we're talking about. Okay, let me finish reading this paper. Let's finish our little fucking write-up. Been slacking. We're on 22 to 29, so 7 pages left. I hope it will have been noticed that the account I just offered of why you may proceed in villainous aggressor, innocent aggressor, and innocent threat is not the same as the account we had reached at the end of section 3. We were there considering the possibility of explaining why you may proceed in those cases by appeal to the premise that they will otherwise kill you. The account I just offered includes the premise, but adds something, namely that if they kill you, they will violate your right that they not do so. This is a significant addition. They will violate your right that they not do so. And it, or something that does a comparable job, is necessary, for it just is not sufficient to justify your killing a person that person will otherwise kill you. We don't care about these footnotes. Perhaps this will come out most vividly if we consider fighting back, a topic that any account of self-defense must, in any case, address itself to. Consider villainous aggressor, for example. You have an anti-tank gun, and it is permissible for you to blow up the truck. What if the villainous driver has his own anti-tank gun and can use it on you so that you cannot use your anti-tank gun on him? Is it permissible for him to do this? I should think it obviously impermissible for him to do this, even if it is the case, since he will in fact continue to drive toward you in his truck, that you will shoot him unless he shoots you. Why may the villainous driver not fight back in self-defense? We have an answer if we accept the account of self-defense that I offered in the preceding section. Suppose you are Alice and that he shoots and later says, "It was a matter of self-defense, Your Honor. After all, Alice was going to kill me unless I killed her." Self-defense? How so? Suppose he says, "Look, Your Honor, it might have been thought that In the circumstances, Alice had a right that I not kill her is true, but it is not true, for in the circumstances, I had a right that Alice not kill me, and therefore, if Alice killed me, she would violate my right that she not kill me are true, but if I did not kill her, she was going to kill me. It is also true, It follows that 1 is not true. It follows that it was permissible for me to kill her. This is a bad joke. 2 is false, for he had ceased to have the right by virtue of driving toward you in the truck. Hold on, I have to reread this. Jesus. Oh, this is still the quote of that. Yeah, she lists for. Yeah, I understand. Sorry. Okay. Is fighting back permissible an innocent aggressor, an innocent threat? I think not, but that is because I think the same holds of the fault-free driver and the fat man as holds of the villainous driver, namely that they too lack rights that you not kill them. Others may disagree. It would be a further confirmation of the account of self-defense I offered if those who think the fault-free driver and the fat man do not or do have rights that you not kill them also think it permissible for them to fight back. In short, I suggest that the permissibility of X's killing Y in self-defense goes hand in hand with the impermissibility of Y's fighting back, and that both phenomena have a common source. I am, of course, assuming it to be obvious that the villainous driver may not fight back. I suspect that some would take a Hobbesian line here. On their view, all bets are off when a person will otherwise kill you. Thus, they would say that the premise Y will otherwise kill X really is sufficient for the conclusion that X may kill Y, so that even the villainous driver may fight back, but why stop there? Why not go on to say more generally that all bets are off when you will otherwise die, and thus that the premise X will otherwise die is sufficient for the conclusion that X may kill Y? That, alas, yields that you may eat the baby in starvation. It is hard to see what rationale could be offered for stopping this slide into moral absurdity, and that should make us suspicious of what inclined us to want to start it. In any case, I am assuming that we do not want to start it. You can't eat the baby because the baby would fall under one of those 3 innocent bystander premises, right? I know you guys all remember the earlier parts of Reddit. All of the cases we've been looking at are cases in which the situation you find yourself in was ultimately caused by a villain. All of them, except I suppose villainous aggressor, have variants in which no villain is involved at all. Thus, for example, we might imagine a case in which the fat man, an innocent threat, was caused to fall toward you, not by a villain, but instead by a sudden strong gust of wind. Does the presence or absence of a villain make a difference? I should think not. That it is a villain as opposed to nature, or opposed to someone without fault who made it be the case that you have to kill a person to save your life does not by itself work in support of its being the case that you may proceed, or in support of its being the case you may not. There are 2 other kinds of variants on those cases that are worth stopping over. In the first place, there are what might be called third-party cases in which what is in question is not self-defense, but other defense, cases in which you cannot save yourself, but some third party can. So, for example, let us imagine that you have no anti-tank gun and villainous aggressor, but a third party does. Then what we have is a third-party case, and our question is whether the third party may use his anti-tank gun to save your life, and if so, why? Similar variants are available for all of the cases we've been looking at. Self and other defense are not exactly 2 sides of one coin, but they are nevertheless close to it. I say they are not exactly 2 sides of one coin in light of the considerations of autonomy. Suppose that X can defend himself or herself against an attack by Y, and that a third party Z can also defend X against the attack by Y. In some such cases, Z ought to refrain from proceeding, and that defending X would constitute barging in, meddling or interfering. Indeed, Z's defending X might constitute barging in, even when X cannot defend himself against the attack by Y. We do think that people should be left to fight their own battles, even at the cost of losing some, but decidedly not all. We draw a line well before a potential victim's life is at stake. Considerations of autonomy apart, however, I think it very plausible to suppose that the permissibility of X's killing Y in self-defense goes hand in hand with the permissibility of Z's killing Y in defense of X, that both phenomena have a common source. So all 3 phenomena, the permissibility of X's killing Y in self-defense, the impermissibility of Y's fighting back, and the permissibility of Z's killing Y in defense of X go hand in hand and have a common source. And so the common source here would be X's right to not be killed by Y. And so if Y tries to kill if Y tries to kill X and violates that right, then Y forfeits that right. Because Y forfeited that right, they don't have the ability to attack X because X hasn't forfeited that right. And Z can kill Y because Y has forfeited that right in defense of X who has not forfeited that right, I believe, right? Why not just use names like John and David and... And I take it to be a further confirmation of the account of self-defense I offered. If anyone who thinks the fault-free driver and the fat man have rights that you not kill them also thinks they have rights that a third party not kill them. Oh, and I take it to be, and thus that it is impermissible for the third party to intervene in your defense. Wait, and I take it to be a further confirmation of the account of self-defense I offered. If anyone who thinks the fault-free driver and the fat man have rights that you not kill them also thinks they have rights that a third party not kill them, and thus that it is impermissible for the third party to intervene in your defense. Some people may say, but the driver an innocent aggressor and the fat man an innocent threat are without fault. Of course they are without fault, but why should that bar third party action if it does not bar first party action? Some people may ask, who is the third party to choose who shall live as between two who are equally without fault? You and the driver are both without fault and innocent aggressor. You and the fat man are both without fault and innocent threat. But why should that bar third party choice? But why should that bar third-party choice if it does not bar first-party choice? In addition, it should be remembered that if the driver, an innocent aggressor, and the fat man, an innocent threat, are about to violate your rights, then they are not merely people who are without fault. Not that the third party must intervene. I think he may prefer to do nothing at all, just as you may prefer to do nothing at all. If, on the other hand, they are not about to violate your rights, then it is impermissible for the third party to intervene, just as it is impermissible for you to do so. The account of self-defense that I gave in Section 7 may, of course, be incorrect, but if the facts an innocent aggressor and innocent threat did not in some way make it permissible for the third party to intervene in your favor, how could they make it permissible for you to intervene in your own favor? One kind of answer that has been offered is this. What makes it permissible for you to kill the driver, an innocent aggressor, and the fat man, an innocent threat, is the fact that you have an agent relative permission to do so, a permission that the third party lacks. The idea is that X and only X is permitted to kill Y when Y will otherwise kill X, since it is X and only X whom Y will otherwise kill, but that cannot be right. In the first place, not just anything goes in self-defense. We have no across-the-board agent relative permission to kill others to save our lives. You certainly may not eat the baby in starvation. Could it be said that we have an agent relative permission to kill another to save our lives, but that the permission is limited to cases in which the other will otherwise kill us? What is supposed to be the rationale for this limit? If agent relativity is what is crucial, I'm the one at risk. Why isn't the permission an across-the-board permission? Compare my comments in the preceding section about the Hobbesian idea that all bets are off when Y will kill X unless X kills Y. Moreover, if the agent relative permission is limited in this way, why isn't there a comparable, limited, third-party centered permission? Is it just to be taken flatly as a datum that while I have permission to kill a person who will otherwise kill me, a third party lacks a permission to kill a person who will otherwise kill me? Most important, it just is not acceptable to say that a person may do to save his own life something that it would not be permissible for him or her to do to save the life of another. Considerations of the other's autonomy apart, for whatever I may do to save my own life, I may surely do to save the life of someone I love. Three more pages. We're almost there, guys, okay? While on some views of the agent relative permission, it extends to defending those I love as well as defending myself. After all, those I love are those I love, and so that's still me. But do we really wish to have it that a man's being rather a bore is going to make him later be undefendable in circumstances which would have been... Okay, this is all in the agent relative permission shit. We don't care. No doubt X may... In short, it is not because of the personal fact of your special relation to those who will kill you in those cases. It is not because they will otherwise kill you that you may proceed. It is because of the entirely impersonal fact that they will otherwise violate your rights that they not kill you that you may proceed, but that impersonal fact may be acted on by a third party as well as by you. A second interesting kind of variant on these cases is what we get when we imagine that what is in question is not self-defense but other defense, and moreover not merely other defense but other defense of more than one. So, for example, let us imagine that the villain and villainous aggressor is driving towards 5, not 1, and that none of the 5 has an anti-tank gun. Is it permissible for a third party to use his anti-tank gun to save the 5? Yes, if it is permissible for a third party to use as anti-tank gun to save only one, it is surely permissible for him to do so to save 5. Similarly, for similar variants on innocent aggressor and innocent threat, let's call these third party different number cases. What is of interest here are the third party different number variants on the no cases we surveyed in section 4. In trolley, a villain has started a trolley down a track toward you. You cannot stop the trolley, but you can deflect it. Unfortunately, the only path onto which you can deflect it will take it onto a bystander. It is impermissible for you to deflect the trolley. In a third-party variant in this case, you cannot do anything at all to save yourself, but a third party can save you. He can deflect the trolley onto the bystander. Given that it is impermissible for you to deflect the trolley and trolley, the thesis of the preceding section tells us it is also impermissible for the third party, to deflect the trolley and the third-party variant of trolley. That consequence of the thesis is surely welcome, but now consider a third-party different number variant and trolley, or of trolley, in which the third party will save 5 if he deflects the trolley. In this case, it would be permissible for the third party to deflect the trolley. The third party's turning the trolley here would yield a net savings of 4 lives. While not just anything is permissible on the ground that it yields a net saving of 4 lives, applying 5 who are starving with knives, forks, the neighbor's baby obviously will not do. And what has come to be known as the trolley problem is the problem explaining why it is permissible to do what would yield this net saving of lives when it is. Wait, but I thought that the baby one and the trolley one were both bystander problems. So why would 5 people eating a baby not be acceptable, but pushing somebody in front of the trolley would be acceptable? What's her account of that? I don't understand. It's not eating the baby, it's giving them the baby? Dr. Mike already solved the trolley problem.
Hey folks, I'm Dr. Mike Israel.
I solved the trolley problem. 55 minutes. Holy shit.
I subscribed to Destiny and all I got was his big D icon. Stuck out tongue winking eye.
Best guess because the baby didn't aggress on us, so the baby didn't forfeit anything? Yeah, but in the trolley, neither did the other person, right? How are you feeling about your upcoming Crowder debate this evening with the darkest family on YouTube? Wait, is that really tonight? I thought that was Sunday. Am I crazy? These people are the best political ads for Republicans trying to gain moderate voters. It is literally your duty as a human being to be decent to the unhoused member. Oh, okay, I don't care.
Tell you one thing, when my wife does have sex, she screams. Ooh, but I'll tell you one thing, when my wife does have sex, she screams. Ooh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh.
Jesus. I do not address that problem here except to draw attention to the fact that a satisfactory solution to it must make clear why altering the numbers makes a difference. That is, it is not permissible for the third party to proceed in a variant on trolley in which only 1 will be saved. It is permissible for the third party to proceed if 5 instead of 1 will be saved. The answer to the question why it is permissible to proceed when 5 will be saved had better be sensitive to the numbers. It had better explain why it matters that 5 instead of 1 will be saved. It is not enough to just say, well, 5 is 4 more than 1. We need an account of why adding the 4 makes a difference. Solutions to the trolley problem that focus on the means the agent uses to save those he saves do not, and I think cannot answer to this. Oh, okay, so. Huh, okay. Bruh. Bro, if we blow up Russia after the war, are we not going to have Sci-Hub anymore? Jesus Christ. Huh. Do you like the vocals on this? Huh. Yes, yeah. Beautiful. I want to preemptively submit my application random game person. Here's my resume. Is this satisfactory? Favorite female porn stars? Honestly, it's really hard to find any porn star that's better than your mom. Do they call TKOs in kickboxing or whatever the fuck this is, or? Because this is a really brutal hit here. Muay Thai. I guess maybe it's hard for the ref. I don't know if he would have ever reasonably, but like he's like, the dude is like, I feel like after the elbow, the dude was like basically fucked. I think the issue is that, I feel like, because he's like fucked here. He's like he's already like knocked out like right here. That's what it feels like. He's like, and then boom, and then he takes a huge shot to the face. Another brain dead SDL take.
You want it to be one way. What? You want it to be one way. Man, I don't want it to be one way. Man, stop! Stop saying that. What is the other way?
No lefty should cheer for Ukraine's arrest of Gonzalo Lira. Coach Red Pill. He's a brain dead fascist, but all times being able to freely speak against your government. That wasn't okay. I wonder what he's actually I wonder what he's actually charged with too. How do you feel about Asian people using English lyrics extensively? Doesn't everybody use English lyrics a little bit, or English a little bit?
Just give me a reason to keep my heart beating. Don't worry, it's safe right here in my arms. As the world falls apart around us,
Can these guys even speak English, or do they just like memorize the lyrics? The frontman can speak it and write English songs? Gotcha.
Them regarding the place for all report or the congregate place. My name is Jordan. My pronouns are she, her, and or they, them. Regarding the place for all report or the congregate place for all. You haven't run my clock yet. I think it's a waste of fucking time. We all fucking.
I missed the first 10. I'm sorry. Am I having a stroke? Can I not understand what the fuck this person is saying?
My name is Jordan. My pronouns are she,
I got
her,
that.
and or they, them. Regarding the place for all report or the congregate place for all. You haven't run my clock yet. I think it's a waste of fucking time. We all fucking know, and we have known for a long time that it's cheaper to give people a home than have a shelter-focused system. We wasted our time for 2 fucking hours with this report, and the whole place for all legislation is.
This is what English sounds like to non-English speakers. Shut the fuck up.
Just political and bureaucratic masturbation to please bougie reactionary organizations like Rescue SF and homeless-hating shitheads like Michael Schellenberger, Michelle Tandler, Tom Wolfe, Ricky Wynn, and other Twitter trolls and armchair experts. The city needs to do what they do in Santa Clara County to address this issue, where they get vacant apartments to put formerly homeless people in, with wraparound services, of course. We can't let shelter be a permanent...
Wait, what city is this for? San Francisco Democrats? Where the fuck are you gonna find empty apartments at in San Francisco? What? How many empty apartments are there?
Solution for both first-time homeless and those who weren't successful in PSH, as was discussed in the hearing yesterday. We need more fucking apartments all over the city for homeless people, not containment zones with bullshit rules run by politically connected crooked contractors like Urban Alchemy. I also think that PSH should be forced on the outer sunset near the beach, and Joel Engardio should have to take it like a big boy. I also think that the shelter-first modality...
Santa Clara is not San Francisco? I never said it was, but this says SFD for SF Democrats. I'm assuming that means San Francisco Democrats.
that have been discussed are also transphobic, because if I was still in shelter, I wouldn't have been able to recover from my cunt being installed last year. I need to be in my apartment for a recovery. Y'all need to sit down, shut up, the fuck up, and listen to us, and listen to every piece of prior peer-reviewed data that Housing First is better than Shelter First. This is a waste of all our fucking time. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Did you watch the declaration of Wagner owner Prigozhin saying he's taking his people out of Bakhmut because he thinks they're being sabotaged with the Russian MOD and Supreme Military Staff? I heard reports of this.
Обращаюсь от себя лично
от Совета командиров ЧВК «Вагнер», от бойцов ЧВК «Вагнер». Обращаюсь к НГШ, министру обороны, верховному главнокомандующему и народу
Be careful, one of the videos has corpses. Oh man, kick?
России. 16 марта, когда СВО пошло не по плану, нас попросили помочь. 19 марта 22 года.
Okay, hold on. My America brain cannot compute this. Do we have in the United States, do we have anything like private militias like exist in other countries? Like, I'm trying to understand, like, what in the United States, like, what is comparable to, you've definitely heard of Blackwater. Yeah, but, like, does Blackwater deploy, like, hundreds or thousands of troops? I don't mean, like, people that do, like, private security and stuff. Like, does Blackwater actually deploy tons of, like, how many people go out, like, on a Blackwater mission? Nothing is comparable because Wagner Group has Russian MOD support. They get Russian... Yeah, like, the Wagner Group is, like, a full-on, like, large-scale military unit. Or even, like, when we talked about, like, Azov or, like, all the militias in Ukraine. Executive Outcomes is a private military company founded in South Africa. What does this have to do with... Wagner has 50,000 estimated fighters in Ukraine, 40,000 of which are conscripts. Jesus. Hinkle will save them, don't worry. Oh my god. How could you actually post something like this and not, like, die of cringe? When people are, like, actually, like, fighting war and shit, and you're, like, playing dress up. Oh god, I would kill myself posting shit like this. It's fucking private? What does it have to do with Russia? The Wagner Group? Oh, are you, like, some little Russian... or Groper dude? Wagner isn't like a registered company, it's all just a pseudonym for a patchwork of interconnected orgs that all have overlapping owners and such, like most things in Russia. Here's some screaming Russian MOD. Yeah, I saw the dead bodies ones. What the fuck? Did you know that private militaries aren't even allowed in Russia? Did you know that your mom's not allowed in my... I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on one second. Wagner's on par with Blackwater several years back, but over the years they've gotten huge. Closest thing to them in the past might be South African PSA. Gotcha. PMC's outnumbered U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan. Good one. You watch lefty soy, now some righty soy.
Thank you! Finally! A great Marvel movie without a bunch of woke bullshit politics in it! Thank you! Finally a happy fan! You see what happens? You see what happens when you don't include all that political in your movies? You get a happy fan! Hey! How are ya? Without woke identity politics and all this other shit staring you in the face. Hi! I'm woke politics! Hi! I'm woke politics! Hi! Hi! We should discuss that in the movie. It needs to be in the movie! You're not here for superheroes!
Destiny, a lot of PMCs are intelligence officers or specialists that do like one job and collect a check. Not that many are knocking doors and shooting people. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like when we say like there are contractors in Afghanistan or more than U.S. soldiers, my understanding is that a lot of those contractors are like working construction or doing security or whatever. They're not like deployed troops that are like out in active combat, like shooting rifles and stuff. I could be wrong on that, but that's my... I could be wrong on that. Or there for training too, yeah.
You're here for woke politics!
Jesus Christ. Wait, what was that guy's name? Oh, no, not Neb's Good Takes. That's a Twitter account. Who is this guy? Did this guy censor everything about this dude? What the fuck is the guy? Tyrone Magnus.
What is happening, man?
Oh man, he's got to be so mad about the gay stuff.
The sites,
Was episode 3 of the gay episode?
Cannot stand this version of Ellie. I cannot stand her. She's written as more of an a-hole than what she is in the game. I don't like her. I don't like her. And now they've revealed a sadistic side to her.
Is that true? Here, do you want a really weird hot take? I'm about to give you a very weird hot take. I'm about to give you a really, really, really weird hot take. Are you ready? Oof. Here it comes. I wonder if people perceived Ellie in the game as being less mean because she looked hot. Because she looked like Elaine Page, even though she's 14. I wonder if people just perceived her as being less mean and more cute mean. Unironically. Because I'm pretty sure in the game she was a huge fucking dick. Literally the entire time. Like, I want to say some of the writing from the show was literally ripped from the game. I could be wrong on that, but like I feel like in the game she was a huge asshole. Like almost the entire beginning of the game, but...
In this. So, this episode starts out with Joel and Ellie walking down the road, trying to get to where they need to go, and they come upon a Cumberland Farms. I haven't said that in a long time. Cumberland Farms all died out. It's a convenience store. They all died out around here. I don't think there are any around where I live anymore. So, come on, Cumberland Farms. So they're rummaging through stuff, foraging or whatever, and she finds a trap door to the basement, and you're like, okay. She's going to go down there, stupid kid. She's going to go down there looking for stuff. And what the hell did she find down there? Was that some feminine products? I didn't know what the hell it was. And she sees an infected buried in rubble. So she goes over to it, cuts its head open, cuts the skin open. She's just looking like, she's got this like Michael Myers, Kane from WWE look to her. And she just stabs him in the head. Joel doesn't know anything about it. She pops up. Hey, Joel, how you doing? All right, let's get going. So this is episode 3. This is the episode that I think Screen Rant was it Screen Rant I was reading? I can't remember. They said this is the rumored episode to where they deviate greatly and it will be very controversial. So, to let you know, there is gay love, gay kissing, and gay sex in this. This is mainly all about Bill and Frank. Okay, 95% of the episode is about Bill and Frank and how Bill and Frank meet and how their whole relationship proceeds. I can't even think of the right word. So, what's interesting is how we're introduced to who Frank is when we go looking for the battery or whatever, or the truck. The truck, right? I think it is. Anyway, but when they find Frank has hung himself in the game. He's hung himself, and he writes this. He had written a note to Bill telling him how much he hated his guts and all this other stuff. Well, in this one, and also, we do not run into Bill the way you thought, like it happened in the game, where, you know, Joel's hanging upside down and shooting all the infected coming at him, and Ellie's trying to help him. I wish they hadn't did that. That would have been done great. I think they could have did that really great, but they didn't do it like this. So, Bill, you find out, is a survivalist, which kind of makes sense for how everything he had set up. You find out he's a survivalist. One day he finds out someone fell into a hole and around, you know, I guess a trap around his house, and it's Frank. So Frank poses no threat. They become cool for a few minutes. Bill makes some dinner, and he seizes piano. Frank seizes his piano, and he starts playing music on it, and then Bill starts playing, and he said, "Who's that girl you were singing about?" He's like, "It was never a girl." He said, "I know." And I think he kisses him, and then he tells him, he's like, to take a shower. So then there's their love scene, and so they're together, right? Flash forward, Frank doesn't like the fact that Bill wants to stay secluded from everybody. Maybe there's some good people out there. So Frank's been talking to Tess.
Okay, is this just this isn't a review, this is like a recap. Is that
over the radio. So they all end up having dinner together.
That's what reviews are? Wait, I thought a review is when you say, like, these are my thoughts on the episode. A recap is when you just go through what happened in the episode. No?
Frank and Bill and Tess and Joel. Bill is still real standoffish, got the gun pointed at him on the table and everything. Basically, Joel lets him know we can be trusted, we're good people, we get it, you know, and this and that. So they end up parting ways, and they flash forward, and now all of a sudden Frank is sick. So they've been together all this time. I thought they were going to show how they split up. They don't show them split up at all. Frank is sick, and I don't know if it's cancer or if it's AIDS, but I'm sitting there like, don't say AIDS, because that's a little bit on the nose. Like, I'm like that's almost like a gay stereotype.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was AIDS. I had no idea. He said that one line, he's like, they didn't have a cure for this when we were alive. I think someone in my chat was like, oh, obviously Destiny, it's ALS. I don't fucking know. Or MS or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea what. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, now people are saying ALS. I don't know how you know that. Maybe you guys all just know what that is or what it looks like, but I don't know.
Like, if you're gay, you're going to get AIDS type of thing. Like, but they never tell you why he's sick. But he does take these pills, and he's in a wheelchair now. I'm like, what the? Oh, by the way, Bill has a really badass scene because Joel told him there would be raiders eventually, and they're going to come in the night, and they ain't going to come alone. So Bill was all set up. And he had machines lighting dudes. He had flamethrowers lighting dudes on fire. He out there gung-ho, taking everybody out. He gets shot in the leg when Frank comes out to bring him back in the house. Because Frank is woken up to all the guys getting shot at and killed and burned alive. So Frank saves him from bleeding out and everything because he got shot in like the gut. So anyway, like I said, so now Frank's dying. And then the darkest part, it really bothered me. And Frank actually tells Bill, he tells him, this is my last day. Frank wants him to help him self-delete. He told him, listen, we're gonna go to the boutique. We're gonna pick out a suit. We're gonna get married. Then you're gonna bring me back. Then you're gonna cook dinner for me. Then you're gonna crush these pills up, put them in my wine, and then we're gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna fall asleep in your arms. I felt really bad for Bill. Bill was really crying hard. I felt really bad for Bill. Bill does this all for him. He used the whole he's like, I don't want to do this, and he's like, do you love me? And I was like, oh, the whole if you love me you will trick. He said, if you love me, you'll love me the way I want you to love me. So he does it for him. So at the end they crush up the pills. But then you find out, because Frank's like, wait, was there pills in the bottle too? He said, yeah, like enough to take out a horse. So they both ended up drinking it, basically. He said, I don't agree with this, but from an objective stance, it's actually romantic. I was like, some Romeo Juliet tragedy stuff here, huh? So they both go to bed together. They go to bed. He says, take me to bed. So they, So then, boom, Ellie and Joel find the house, let themselves in, and Ellie finds the note. And she reads the note to him, and it's just like, look, to whomever, or most likely Joel, or probably Joel, or whatever. So it lets him know that they're in there, they self-deleted. We let the window open so the house didn't stink. And he left in the truck. He made a battery because he had the stuff in the fridge for him. Ellie snuck herself a gun out of his drawer, out of his little desk that he had in the house.
Go, Joe.
And they
Slow
drive
down.
off listening to Linda Ronstadt, some 80s music. And that was it. So that's how they did it. I played through the part where, they ran into Bill. To me, that was much more badass, the way they did that. Joel getting strung up and shooting upside down. That was really a cool part. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see Bill's badass entrance. But they just decided to make it a love story. So, I'm just going to sit back and watch. Because this episode, all type of controversy. Okay? Especially if people got the kids watching and all this other stuff. Plus, with them deviating from the main story, and people, it's going to be called all types of woke and everything. Hey, I told y'all, I am done letting IPs piss me off by deviating so much from the story, from the source material. I'm just like, you know what? It is what it is. So I will give this episode a 3 out of 5 woos. It was slightly above average. I'll give it that. Great acting. Extremely controversial. So it is what it is. We will move on. I can tell you this. So far right now, I care nothing for Ellie. I don't care what happens to her.
Dude, like, the whole internet is, like, so ruined for me. I feel like I need a break. I have to take, like, a 3-day decompression or something. Like, people, even you fucking retards in my chat will say, like, oh, it was just a joke. But this is actually just fake news, right? Like, I assume that, like, this guy probably hated all the gay shit in episode 3. He probably drove him fucking crazy. And he went on some, like, huge fucking rant about it. But he didn't. It seems like he just gave his review. Like, that's it. But how many people are going to walk away looking at this and thinking, like, oh, this black guy that does reviews on YouTube is probably some huge anti-woke fucking super conservative loser. Yeah.
I don't care. I love Ellie in the video game. I love her. She's adorable. She's spunky. She's got a little edge to her, but she's so adorable and likable. I care nothing for this Ellie. I don't care what happens to her. Joel is still okay with me. He's still the stoic, kind of strong father type. The thing. I love Joel in the game. This one, he's just okay. If they introduce Ellie, I'm not Ellie, Abby, I might actually watch. Because I, at this point, don't care what happens to either one of them. In the game, they tell the story in a way that makes you bond with the characters so much. I don't know what it is, what the little details are. Maybe you writers out there know. But whatever they did with the game truly makes you love those characters. That's why there was such an uproar when Part 2 came out and what they did to Joel and everything else in that. Now, this, I don't care. We'll see. They might stretch out Season 2, might be part of, still Part 1. We don't know how they're going to do it because when companies see money, they'll stretch a story out. So, it is what it is. Post comments down below. Let me know what you all thought. If you enjoyed my review, hit the like button.
Destiny, he's anti-woke, I'm pretty sure. I remember him shitting on other Marvel movies. Well, you can shit on Marvel movies in an anti-woke way that makes you cringe, but, like, you could also shit on them, because there was some, like, did we really need, like, for instance, like, in the end game, did we really need, like, the girl power scene? Like, probably not. Like, was it cringe? I mean, probably not. But, like, I mean, like, I can definitely see, like, there are a couple of times where it's just like, okay, I get it. I think probably the biggest one was like Bruce Banner? Is that the name of the Hulk? Who's like one of the smartest guys in the fucking universe, who's like almost as smart or maybe smarter than Tony Stark? I don't know. He's like ultra super genius. And then there's like the 12-year-old African Wakandan girl who's like, oh, you didn't even consider how smart that I can be? And it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like... He said The Last of Us 2 is the George Floyd of gaming. Did he really? After watching the whole Last of Us season, I still think episode 3 was completely out of place and contributed nothing to the plot of the story. I mean, it didn't really. It was a vignette. Is that how you pronounce that? It was an okay little side thing. But yeah, the season was definitely too short. The reason the reason why you probably get more attached to the characters in the game is because you're actually playing as the characters. That's probably going to be like a really big deal, you know? In terms of like fostering a bond between you and the characters on the screen.
Who's this?
What do you mean? What?
Who's this?
Wait, what do you mean? Who's this?
Who is this?
What? Nana?
Yeah?
What do you mean? It's Nikki. What?
Oh. Hmm.
What?
Hmm.
What?
Is she actually fucking with him?
What?
Nana, where's David?
Who?
David.
Hmm. Nick, I'm just...
Oh
pulling
my
the leg.
fucking god.
Jesus Christ. She was too good at that. Almost found yelling on the NYC subway is normal. We see it all the time. What's not normal is for a Marine to sneak up behind him and put him in a chokehold and unalive him. That's not just for the Marine. Could have just done nothing. A 77-year-old white customer at Dunkin' Donuts was upset about something and he called a black 27-year-old employee the N-word. The brother told him, say it again. The old man did. The brother knocked him out. The old man fell, lost consciousness, and died. He fucked around and found out. Jesus Christ. Perfectly reasonable position, in my opinion. Being angry about your socioeconomic conditions, good. Saying a racial slur, bad. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on one sec. I think I was gonna be here soon. Hold on.
Obama, 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 Obama. Ooh.
Test. You guys can hear me.
Do you want me to bring this down?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Man, we're really maximum brightness mode today, huh? Hold on.
It's okay. It's good for my skin.
Yeah. Fuck you.
This is how the autofocus works, or is autofocus set over here?
Technically, I should turn the autofocus off because it'll keep focusing on the trash can, but, you know, what are you going to do? All right, well, hello. Welcome. Friend of the stream, Abba.
Yeah. Everything that we spoke about offline is offline, right?
You can talk about whatever. I don't give a fuck. You can scoot over a little bit to the left if you want.
Gotcha.
Is this real? I can't tell. Hold on. Wait, tell me if you think this is real or not. I don't know.
What, he's diagnosed with leukemia?
That's why I got so angry at her. It had nothing to do with being kicked out. It's just my last boys moment. But yeah, I'm really not okay, dude. I'm really sick. And so that was the last time I could fucking get drunk with my boy. We can do something tonight where it's like beers, but I have to recover. Not on stream, though. I'll just film some Snapchats.
Fuck, that's a 5.5 minute video.
But yeah, I'm going away for a couple of months. Not to Brazil. I canceled that trip. I need to get healthy, dude. Because, yeah, I've been fucking up bad, dude.
I will say,
really bad.
If this isn't real, he's doing a great job acting.
Okay. Twitter video is playback speed now. Oh, thank God.
So yeah, I'll be gone for a couple of months, and I'll never think of this bitch again. Never. I'm really sick, actually. I feel like, do you want some sad music with this shit? I'm really sick, and I'm not joking. I'm really sick, and that's why I was like, fucking ruin my last stream, bitch. I thought, because I said, Mike, we're doing 8,000 to 9,000 per last stream, and then she ruined that fucking 7 peak. But yeah, I'm really sick, actually. Not this cough, like it's something else, but I'm really sick. No, not rehab, what the fuck. No, I'm unhealthy, like, body-wise. No, liver is not bad. It's fine. I'm really unhealthy body-wise. I'm going to be in and out clinics and hospitals and all that. And I've been ignoring it for a month. Here, I'll play sad music so you guys feel me. Oh no, he's going away. The truth is, chat, why I was so excited to keep going is because, and I'm not going to ask for money or start a GoFundMe or anything. It's, like, it's too late anyway, but I should have been taking care of my health, man. I was like drinking and having fun and forgetting about it. We're just blocking it. But, yeah, there was some money I had saved up for this, for what I'm doing, and, yeah, I have severe leukemia.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I'm not gonna lie, he played that music and that shit was working, and that's why I was getting mad.
I have severe leukemia. I don't believe it.
It's bad. Fuck, I was supposed to do it on my stream. I was gonna do one banger stream and then knock it out. And, yeah, I'm really sick, dude. So I had those comments on Twitter, like, John, you look good, fucked up, you look like a crackhead, you're dying. So I'm not a crackhead. In an arrow, I'm not a crackhead. I just drink alcohol, I'm not a crackhead. Yeah. Now it's been years.
Wait, pause. He said it's been years he's had leukemia?
I think he said 4 years. Hold on.
Yeah. Now it's been years.
Oh, it's been years. 4 years.
4 years straight. Probably longer, but 4 since I diagnosed. Since I was diagnosed. Trolling? About that? Bruh. I'm still doing my stream, though. I'm still doing one banker. Just not on mics. For my people, and I'll be back in a couple months. And yeah, anyways, I'll take this game music off. Yeah, no, I was supposed to get treatment way sooner, and I had the money. Well, they said they're raising it, but then this woman scammed half of the charity's money, and that woman is here with us on Kick tonight, and her name is Dan Dangler, the scamming bitch.
Did you see anything, hear anything about this?
No, I don't know who that is.
I'm probably misquoting this, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But he like made a joke about being a pedophile, and I think she kicked him out of the house, and I think he hates her now or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Where are my cancer sticks, Brody? Hey, yo, Brody, where are my cancer sticks? You what? Fuck. No, bitch. He hit them, didn't he? Yes.
I don't believe this. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Until he shows some kind of medical record. I absolutely don't believe it.
I thought leukemia made you bald. Let me look this shit up.
Technically, cancers don't make you bald, or there might be some cancer.
The chemotherapy does.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a name for the condition of like losing hair of the head that a lot of chemo drugs will cause you to fucking do. Yeah. Ugh. Have you thought of having Twister for one of your friends over? Would you play Twister with me?
No. No, that just doesn't even sound enjoyable. You know why I actually didn't think we should do an activity?
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I feel like a lot of times you just want to be home streaming.
True. Rollerblading was fun though. I enjoyed that.
It was. But I feel like for you, like even when you out to dinner, sometimes you just want to be home streaming or just doing other shit on the PC, which I think is fine. I think it's just what you want to do.
I'm trying to work over here. Okay.
Yeah. I don't even think it's work.
I'm trying to retire.
I honestly think even if you didn't make money doing this shit, you'd still be online.
Maybe. Oh my god. Can we practice?
Practice what?
Doing an ABBA and Preach video? We have to stand, right?
We would have to stand.
Okay. I'll try to find something later for us to react to. All right. I don't have the same floorboards.
Wait, aren't you worried about being labeled a reaction channel afterwards, and then constantly being discredited because you're a reaction channel?
That is true. I don't think anything would be more embarrassing than being a channel where I sit on a couch and do reactions, because that would basically make me the TMZ of YouTube, right? I don't think she. You know what's embarrassing? I'm only going to respond to anything she tweets now. Oh, ABBA and Bleach. True.
There you go. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Jesus. I think it's an Indian dude that tweets for her.
Yeah.
I think she's given him like, here's like 25 NPC talking points, or just like some variation of this, and just like fire away like every 2 hours. I don't think, is she really on her phone tweeting like every 2 hours? Like the most obnoxious, obvious, baiting, low tier, red pill. It kind of sounds like what she normally says anyway, huh?
It does, but I just think somebody knows the same talking points, so it works well. I mean, people got editors for TikTok and everything else. I highly doubt people manage their own social medias. I know people manage their Instagram, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know what she's been writing.
It just every imaginable pick. I'm trying to not use pick me anymore, but like every.
Why is that bad? Ain't that what she is?
I'm in like a middle ground right now for things like pick me or like Uncle Tom or like any of these like token things. I don't know if I'm mixed on if they should ever be used or not, because like technically when I say pick me, I'm saying that like your opinion is now disregarded because you're a woman. It's like the Uncle Tom for women. Like, is there ever like an acceptable place to use it? Do you think?
Is that what that means when you're saying that your opinion is invalid because you're?
Pick me is basically saying you're a woman that's trying to like win favor with men by shitting on other women.
Or the other way I would see it is that by shitting on other women, like you understanding your identity, you're utilizing that.
Yeah, but how do you know that, right? That's the thing, because it could genuinely be her opinion. They could just be really dog shit opinions. It has nothing to do with being a pick me.
I think though, just the 180 of how she used to talk to how she talks now is, I think, what makes me think the whole it's a bit of a pick me grift.
It could be.
Yeah, like there's no way to 100% know because
Yeah.
you can't get in her brain to get her to admit it. But
okay, I'm gonna try to.
What, autofocus?
Yeah, I don't. There's a button I can push. I'm gonna fuck all my shit up right now.
All right.
We'll figure it out.
Do we have to wear these headphones, or is it just when you play videos?
It helps you hear your voice and it helps you hear videos. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like
I don't want to fuck up your.
yeah, I feel like I'm about to enter a spaceship. These headphones are crazy. Oh my god. What's the last IRL stream you did?
Me?
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea.
What's an activity you would actually want to do on stream?
An activity that I actually want to do.
On stream. I'll repeat it so they can hear you, even if you're not on mic. Someone said TwitchCon.
What am I even? Hold on. Okay, I am in. Movie mode.
All right, he's trying to figure this shit out. And I can hear Melina in the background just yelling about something.
Good.
Is she on stream?
Yep. You're in a whole fucking streamer house right now, you know?
Yeah. How does it feel that every time you have Farah over, who's like your neighbor now, Melina's always like, yo, fuck this bitch.
Yo, fuck what?
Well, fuck Farah. How do you say her name? Farah?
My best friend, see? What do you mean?
I heard she hates her ass.
No, shot. Who told you that?
Her stream did.
Nah,
Nah, she doesn't?
Nah, no shot. That sounds wild.
Yo, shout out to Melina, man. She saw you getting mistreated and being clip chimped, and then just shat on by everyone, being like perceived as some kind of rapist. And she said, "You know what? That's my husband. Fuck that bitch, even if he takes her back."
Takes her back. Jesus.
I respect that. I respect that. Melina cares about you so much. She's like, I don't care if you invite her over 10 times for collabs. I never want to have dinner with that whore.
Jesus Christ.
Her words, not mine. Someone said, fucking watch it. I'm not gonna lie. Every time I have an argument with a girl, I'd be saying that shit.
Watch it.
Watch it. Fucking watch it. And then I get her to role play with me. She's like, Abba, your abuse is sick. I'm not gonna lie. Ever since I've seen that video, that line to me just sounds like theater.
It's funny.
Steven, your abuse is sick.
Watch it.
I don't know people that talk like that.
They've been through therapy. Those are therapy words.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Fuck. Okay. So
Your
the
abuse is
autofocus
sick.
is off now, but how do I actually like change what it's?
The focus should be on the actual lens itself. You should be able to, like, can you just turn the knob on the lens?
It's not that kind of thing.
No, it doesn't have a manual lens like right here.
This is called a prime lens. It doesn't have a.
Oh, okay. In that case, you know what you need to do? You need to set the autofocus to where it needs to be using autofocus, and then turn it off. You don't do it
There's
before.
gotta be a way to just like adjust the focus.
I would know, but I would tell you to turn the autofocus back on. I'll get in position, then turn it off. Where?
Hold on. Just gotta look it up. We're resourceful men, okay?
Can you put on some gloves?
Prime lens has a focus ring.
Someone says touch the display. I don't know what that means. Oh, so it does have a focus ring.
Oh my god.
You fucking... I just told you that.
I don't know how to focus ring. That's fucking wild.
Every lens I've ever had has a focus ring. I was like, nah, not this one.
Not this one, bro.
It 100% has a focus.
Oh my God.
Here. You see where my hand is?
Yeah, bro, I got it now.
Yeah, all right, we're good.
Hell yes!
Yeah, okay.
We're in business!
I was so confused when you said it didn't have a focus ring. I'm like, pretty much every lens does.
Yeah, well, you know what? So does your mom, so.
Yeah. I have lens with like manual aperture rings as well. Those are good. Those are older though, generally.
God damn. All right, what's up?
What were we talking about just before this?
Oh my god, dude.
Go for it.
We should get into UFC or MMA commentary. And we can be like, when you get like all bruised up, don't they call it like black and blue?
Are you gonna dye your hair blue again?
If we do a UFC MMA commentary, I will.
I don't think. Have you even ever watched a fight?
I watch all of Jake Paul's fights, and I'm rooting for him exclusively always.
Boxing fights. Nah, I don't watch MMA like that. I do appreciate it every now and then. I'll probably watch tonight's event, but that's about it. I didn't know it was F1 this weekend when I came through. You gonna go to the races?
Fuck no. F1?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question again. What is an IRL activity you'd want to do?
Well,
other than like,
I like going to
fucking
restaurants.
Women.
I like hanging out with the ladies. I like getting hot chocolate.
Okay.
Rollerblading was fun. I like shooting.
Shooting, okay.
Yeah, I like off-roading.
Have you done any IRL stream shooting guns, or is that illegal?
You can do it on Kick, but you can't do it on
YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah.
Okay. What else?
Off-roading is fun. I've gone jet skiing a few times. That's fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are
those activities that you have to like really dredge up the energy to want to go do, or is it a lot of times like there's stuff like, oh, we could, but I'd rather just stay home and stream or just relax?
Okay, here's my issue. Okay,
Go, yeah, hit it.
And I think that I've either been spoiled by the internet or I just have lost my edge in real life. Okay. I feel like every time I go out of this house to do anything, it's so time consuming.
Yeah, it is.
Like at home, it's like I need to order 3 things, boom, 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 boom. But like in real life, it's like I need to go to the bank. I got to block out like 2 hours for that.
Sure.
Because I got to go to the bank, which is fine. But then I got to like wait for a banker, sit in the thing, talk to some guy. He's got to call a dude. Like I went to the bank yesterday to wire some money, and it took literally 2.5 hours. So I feel like every time I got to do anything in real life, it just takes so much time.
What about stuff you enjoy? Does the time-consuming aspect of it really like drain you?
Well, if I'm not going to have lots of fun, if I'm spending like 3 hours setting the activity up and then leaving the activity, like 1 hour doing the activity, I'm like, fuck.
Okay, well, that's fair. So let's take an activity you really enjoy. Give me an example. So like, we can take.
I like shooting. Shooting is a lot of fun.
Okay, so that one would be very time-consuming to set up.
It shouldn't be. Well, there's no ranges on Miami Beach, so the closest range is like fucking 35, 40 minutes away.
Well, driving or by Uber? Whatever.
Driving, yeah.
Okay. So the process of having to go there and then spend the time going back makes it not worth the time sometimes.
Maybe, yeah. I could probably do that, though. I just need to do that. Just haven't done that. Oh, my car's in the shop right now. That's another thing that's like taking time. So my car's in the shop. It took like a week, and then I went to pick my car up yesterday, and the guy's like, "Oh, do you have your lug nut key? Do you know what that is?"
No.
Do you have a car?
Is it just for the wheels?
Kind of. On a lot of, I think it might be on every newer car or on some performance cars. If you've got whatever wheels, they have like special lug nuts that you need a particular key to turn.
Sure. Got you.
Yeah, it's not on my lug nut key. So now it's another 3 days for them to do my car.
Waiting for that.
Fuck everything.
Yeah.
It's just always a thing, you know.
Is there nothing? I guess maybe I just don't understand that mindset. For me, there's like certain activities that if I'm going to go out to do, even if it's 30 minutes to get there and 30 minutes to get back, I don't get bothered by the time because I know I'm going to be really emotionally rewarded by doing the activity itself.
I think my issue is I'm very like streamer brained.
Yeah.
Especially
what is that?
now.
What is that?
Now that I'm running all these contracts, now every time I'm like spending hours not streaming, I'm just watching the money like shitting down the toilet. And I'm like, I could be hitting my Rumble contract right now. I could be hitting my Kick contract right now. I could just be streaming on YouTube right now. There's like a million things I need to cover, a million things I need to watch, a million people I need to talk to, orbiters that I need to bring on my stream to let ruin the stream for 7 hours, and I'm not doing it. It makes it harder sometimes probably to plug into the real life stuff, to be more present for real life stuff. I think I'm just like running right now on a lot of like accumulated baggage, and I need to like take like 3 days to like wipe my...
Accumulated baggage being work or mental stuff?
I think everything. I think personal, mental, psychological.
Yeah.
That was a School of Rock reference, sorry.
Okay. I thought you were saying mental and psychological just to be funny.
No. Wait, have you ever seen School of Rock?
No, I don't know.
Fuck! Oh, it's one of the best movies of all time.
I don't be watching movies like that, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, fuck. I've just been doing a ton of shit lately.
All right. So.
And then even these guys, this guy will say some shit like this.
And then you're going to ban him?
Vacation. I think I've traveled and done like 20 fucking real life podcasts that have probably been like career relevant over the past like 3 or 4 months. And there's a lot of traveling, and it's really good for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like everywhere right now, right? From Chris Williamson to fucking Alex Jones, like everything is good. But then these fucking retards, as soon as I get back, it's like, why does he never stream? Oh, he's on a vacation. Oh, he's not even doing anything. The thing that is killing me right now is that like half of these guys are joking, but the other half don't know it's a joke. And then these guys will keep memeing it so hard that in like 6 months, like 95% will think it's real, and only 5% will think it's a joke. And then it makes
you feel like you have a responsibility to like make them realize they're wrong?
Well, when a perception of me existed, I don't think it's true. It fucking bothers the fuck out of me.
Oh, apparently.
Yeah, it does. I don't care if people think I'm like if your opinion of me is that I'm racist or something, whatever.
Yeah,
or
bro,
like
I think that's the problem you have. I think like being that deeply invested in other people's perception. I understand it's important to some degree, but like when we had that conversation before, and you were telling me that like was it Darius and Irrelevant were having Lav on, that was bothering you, and you're like, you don't want to do anything because you don't want to be perceived one way or whatever. It's like, no, bro. Honestly, if somebody I work with often was rocking with somebody who accused me of grape, I wouldn't rock with that person ever again. That's me personally, though.
Yeah, I think
I don't care how other people perceive it. I don't want to be involved with that.
Yeah, August still has the Change My Mind event. I don't know why he hasn't posted it yet. Okay, but when you say Destiny, your Change My Mind events were a treasure trove of content. The first one I did actually was. I'm pretty sure my one debate with Strader has over 1 million views. You're actually just fucking retarded. You want Mango Bird? Cut your fucking wrists, you stupid fuck. Remember, down the highway, not across the street.
I guess
Okay,
we're on Rumble.
don't miss, retard. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we're definitely on Rumble.
Yeah, the issue is that like I just have to be cognizant of people's perceptions of me, because like you kind of live and die in certain communities based on the perceptions of you, right? Like if I'm going into like red pill communities, like their perception of me is going to change literally how they perceive my message. Or in political communities, their perception of me is going to change like how effectively I can communicate to them, et cetera, et cetera. So
Yeah.
it's something I have to manage it. There was for a long time, probably for like 10 years, I kind of ran on that. Oh, like I don't give a fuck about the perceptions of me kind of thing, because I was like always doing my own thing or whatever. But especially over the past like year and a half, as I've been like aggressively branching out into other communities, balancing that perception between everybody has been frustrating and challenging.
I don't think it's manageable, and I think as you get bigger and you start to touch more communities, that becomes more and more impossible.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
you're gonna fracture yourself so hard, it's not gonna be tenable. I just don't see how it is. You can't manage that perception, and also people have a vested interest in misrepresenting you or not being able to see your point in its entirety, because politically you're just not aligned with them, and so their tribal nature will want to turn. So I think it's a losing battle to try to control that all the time. I actually think you're better off amplifying the strengths of your message and then garnering as many people as that, rather than trying to get the naysayers to actually see the truth. Maybe other people disagree with that, but I think it's better for your mental, and I think it's also better for your growth.
Yeah, I agree on the mental part. I'm not sure on the growth part. There's a balance. There's going to be some balance to like balancing other people's perceptions versus not worrying as much about it. But yeah,
I don't know. Take Hassan for example. I don't think he does a great job of managing that perception at all.
Maybe I think he's obsessed.
I think he is obsessed. Well, I don't think he does a good job. What I think he does well is he just leans into his fucking crazy perspective, and I think it leans well into his political group, and so that's it. That's all he ever focuses on.
I think he manages his perception of him very well. Almost none of his personal stuff is online. He's very careful about almost all of that. He exclusively tries to network with larger creators, and then he's exclusively hitting on like popular progressive talking points. I think that his image is relatively narrow, and he does a really good job at just like hammering away at that.
One thing he doesn't do is he doesn't go and try to appeal to the red pill. One thing he doesn't do, or is try to manage his perception in right wing. He doesn't give a fuck. He says, "Go fuck yourselves. I know who my crowd is," and I think it works well for his growth. So both for his probably mental to some degree in his growth is like, I don't give a fuck what this community thinks. If they think I'm some kind of lefty cuck who lets like Valkyrie get pegged every week, then like whatever, it is what it is. He doesn't care what they think, and I think it's probably better for him to do that.
Yeah, I agree. But like, if my branding is essentially like reaching out to other communities that are hostile towards me, then I think that like my goal is a little bit different, right? So I have to manage my brand a little bit differently.
Sure. Okay. What does that look like for you to reach out to these communities? What's your goal when you're doing this red pill content? Because you said it's really important. Why do you keep covering it?
Well, right now it's just because it's like in my feed and it's peripheral to me constantly, so I'm kind of bombarded with it, right?
Okay.
A lot of the people in my community, a lot of things are showing up on Twitter, and then a lot of the intersections I have on YouTube, and a lot of my audience now has come from like red pill communities and stuff.
Okay.
Why do I cover it? Because some of it is just so wrong and stupid. I haven't found an effect. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck
You haven't
me.
found out what? You haven't found out what?
It's hard to counter it when I'm stepping into a community where the audience doesn't have any experience, and it sounds like the podcasters don't have the experience, and then I'm trying to give a perspective on it. Honestly, one of the most mindfucky things in the world is when Fresh told me, Destiny, I just don't think you understand the world of hooking up or whatever. Like, you just don't know what you're talking about. I wanted to kill myself when I heard him say that to me. I actually wanted to off myself. But then, like, the audience will buy it because they're all like I don't want to say incels like insulting me, but a lot of them are lacking experience. Why they're in these spaces because they're trying to like figure out like, oh well, how do I fuck women or blah blah blah, right? Like, there's no like successful dude who's getting laid all the time who's like, I'm gonna go turn on Fresh and Fit tonight and watch them like kick out like 7 more girls that they're all calling old sluts because they're 26-year-olds with 2 bodies, right? Like, they're like people, normal people that are getting laid don't do that, you know. Yeah. Well, I don't even remember what
you were saying. You wanted to kill yourself because you were listening to Fresh.
Oh yeah, it's just balancing. The original question was what is my goal in trying to appeal to these communities, or how much? I'm not figuring out is challenging.
No, you were talking about how it was frustrating you going on these podcasts because you're talking to people who you feel like don't have the experience.
Yeah, like people will say some wild shit, and it's really hard to just like fact check them. I can't necessarily just pull out a study.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can appeal to my own experiences. I'm starting to believe less and less most of these experiences. I am starting to believe more and more that a lot of these red pill guys are doing escorts, are picking up people on like the sugar baby sites and shit, and that's where a lot of these pictures are coming from and everything. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the red pill stuff is tiring.
Yeah, and it's always like it's like the same like
redundant.
6 fucking points every fucking time. Do you think body count matters more for men or for women?
Can men and women be friends?
Can men and women be friends?
I just refuse. I was like, I said that shit all the time. I'm like, I'm not covering that.
Would you be with a high value man if he said he was going to sleep with other women? Do you think that a guy's going to want to be with you when you're 35 if you've had 10 or more bodies? Right? Like, it's just like, and it's like the same shit. And then I think the thing that's triggering the most is when I keep hearing people talk about like high value men, and it's like, you motherfuckers are like crypto millionaires and like YouTubers. No offense, but like, why not bring on like dentists and doctors and lawyers and shit? Like,
nobody would ever risk their reputation going on these shows.
No, I know, but I'm
like
saying
a real
that like,
professional
could you
is not
imagine?
going on these shows.
Yeah, I know, but could you imagine like an actual person that's like built a business or is successful in life coming on and being like, oh yes, like this is my wife. On Saturdays and Sundays, I'm banging the secretaries and she's chill with that. Like, show me some people that aren't like, I got rich selling shitcoin. Haha, $40 million I made supposedly. Right, yeah. I don't know. Fuck me. God, these spaces are so aggravating. But
so what's the next chapter then? If you're gonna move beyond this red pill,
I'm waiting for the next political season to pick up. Politics in the U.S. is actually horrible right now.
Why? Because Trump's not in fucking being based.
Because remember how like 2 years ago it was just me fighting over trans issues? Now it's like the whole world is fighting over trans issues. The Republican, there was a big YouGov poll, I think, and it was like, what's the most important aspect of a leader to you? And Republicans, the number one thing, like 83% said, I want them to be against wokeness. I'm like, bro, no, there's got to be something else we can talk about, please. Holy shit.
I think most people, that's what they care about.
Yeah, I know, but it's like...
Well, I don't think that's what they care about. I think they do care about the financial situation. It really does matter to them. But the discourse around it is like very unengaging and almost like out of reach for the average person. It feels like that it's much easier for them to talk about some blue-haired feminist because they see these people on the streets or in their videos or on their TikToks rather than like the GDP and like the fact that we're outsourcing manufacturing jobs and all these things. It all sounds very amorphous or at least far away from the average person. So that's why they take an interest in culture.
I agree. It's a mistake of pundits online. It's a mistake of politicians to assume that poor people only care about economic issues. That's not true. A guy that feels strongly enough about abortion will vote away literally every single right he has if he's voting for a guy that's like, pro-life. Like they'll do that. Poor people will absolutely vote single issue on social issues. So, but it just sucks because it's like we can't talk about immigration. There's no real talks about foreign policy, healthcare, the economy. Like it's all just like Elon Musk crying about wokeness, Dave Chappelle crying about wokeness. Every comedian, every pundit, everybody is just like all like wokeness, and it's like fucking kill me, holy shit. But I'm hoping that like when the next election season rolls around for re-election, hopefully it'll be okay.
Hell no, they're going to be talking about transgender bathrooms. They're going to be talking about...
There's got to be something else.
Indoctrinating the kids.
It's got to be. There's got to be more issues.
I actually have so many people I know. Actually, vaccines probably will come back. But I will say, I know so many people who've told me they want to leave North America because they see what they're doing to kids in schools with all this like LGBTQ agenda. That has been happening in a lot of chats that I've seen. Yeah, I don't think we're going backwards. I don't think we have a chance. I don't think real politics will ever come back on the table.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
There's a little lever you can pull on your seat if you want.
To do what? Bring it forward?
Or there we go.
Sure.
Well, because I think you're like 1 foot taller than me, but now you look like you're 7 feet taller than me. Okay.
Yeah. I just have a long torso.
Yeah. Jesus.
So politics aside, managing the orbiters. Yeah, I was going to ask you. So, you were struggling to know what to do with Irrelevant and Darius.
Oh, I don't know. Like what? Now I'm not. I've been like I'm mind fucking myself. I just haven't like. Generally, what'll happen is the way that my life goes is I usually time goes on and you kind of pick up these like little baggages, these mental baggages where it's like there's a solution somewhere in here, but you haven't figured it out. You got a problem here, you haven't figured it out. And I've like accumulated a lot of these little things, and I just haven't spent like a day or two like what am I going to do about this? How do I want to go forward? Because usually I do these on long drives. Like if I've got like a 6-hour drive somewhere, I just like hop in the car, throw some music on, and then usually I start trying to like chew through these problems. But I just haven't done that recently, so yeah, just not sure about anything.
What do you think you think your audience would be upset if you ban these people? You think they would start driving a narrative, or the other communities were? A narrative that you're trying to silence.
No, my audience would be happier for it because I know what I need to do to like make this stream good and everything too. But like you're trying to balance out like friendships and stream shit and everything too, so it's difficult. Yeah.
Right. And what did Darius and Relevant say when you mentioned this?
Darius mentioned we talked to them. They're not even the biggest problems right now.
Yeah.
The lab stuff, we'll see how like the whole lawyer shit goes for how that ends up turning out. But yeah. I think the orbiter stuff is like somehow it's filling out. I'm just worried because it's like it's always getting a little bit crazier, and at one point, I think it's going to be too much. I thought it was going to be too much with Lav and Mr. Girl. Well, in some ways it was, because like the sexual coercive shit is like a little bit over the line, I would say. And Max's 150,000 word report is probably a little over the line.
Is that even relevant anymore? I don't think anybody cares, right? Didn't that just fade into the distance?
No, it's not. But there are like this is like a reality. It's hard to talk about some of these things because I don't like to give like a guidebook for people to like ruin somebody. But this is I don't think we were live when I talked about this. But there's two things. If you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth. And if it comes from endearing people, you will eventually believe it. And the problem is if there are certain key figures around and they repeat lies enough, eventually this will seep into the cultural zeitgeist and people will believe it. And I think people don't realize that happens, but that absolutely happens. So if there are enough key figures around, so like right now, Chud has an editor, and there's his editor and girlfriend are two people. Lav is one of these people. Sycophants of Mr. Girl are some of these people. There are some people in other political communities that are just like anti-fans of me for whatever, which is whatever, but they're invested in this. And if enough of these people kind of like keep this stuff bubbling under the surface long enough, what'll happen is anytime I run into a big fight, that all kind of like comes up, and then people are like, that's their opportunity. So like, let's say I get into a huge fight with like Kelly Jean or something, right? Because she's like an orbiter that's controversial for good reasons. That's all going to come immediately up. It's like, oh, I knew that this was going to happen. Oh, Max is separate, like made a big post when we tiffed over the Steven Crowder thing or something, and they're like, oh, here it is, finally, blah blah blah. They're gonna, like. It's annoying because now every time I like have fights, I've got to like keep in mind like all this other weird shit that's bubbling under the surface.
So anytime you talk about emotional manipulation and abuse, or you defend someone, or you could be appearing to defend someone who does that, it's like, see, Max's article was true. Did I hit something?
Yeah, you just turned my computer off.
The whole computer?
This one, yeah. I've got two computers, but.
So the stream is dead?
No, this is live. This is my streaming computer.
How did I turn it off? Is there a button here?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, I thought that was a USB thing. My bad.
No, you're good.
Hey, listen. So I didn't fuck up your stream, right?
No, this is my streaming computer. So
okay.
There you
go. I'll come back on. My bad.
Yeah. Max actually, the Max Lav dynamic is very interesting because they both need each other to make what they did work. Like, because Lav on her own would never think the crazy thoughts that she is pretending to think about me. She needed Max to like aim her in that direction. But Max on his own lacks the charisma or social skills or social intelligence to truly have anybody take him seriously or believe anything. So like Max was like the perfect tooler or armorer for Lav to like have the crazy accusations, and then Lav is like the perfect person to carry those forward into the world. And together they work like very well. Together they work very well, but either one on their own is not an issue.
Are you doing good?
Good, thank you. How are you doing?
I like your outfit.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is green.
Well, it's a nice, whatever the top is.
Yeah. Be millful.
What I was going to say.
Didn't she already do stuff like this with other people before Max? I didn't know about any of that. There, once everything started blowing up, that guy made that, was it SIC, S-I-C or something? Made a documentary about her and started to catalog some of it, but yeah.
I don't know. To me, I think when it comes to those kinds of rumors, I think those are things that just spread whether you like it or not. And I don't think there's a way you can really stop them. I just think whenever anyone tries to come at me with an accusation or something like that, I just pull up the receipts. I'd be like, so this clip, Lav says she loves lying. This clip, Lav's admit that she made up certain parts. This clip, Mr. Girl admitted that he likes to rape. This clip, I'd be like, don't talk to me about none of this. And I also think post Johnny Depp, especially I feel like this is become a mainstream view that a lot of people do just make stuff up and they are willing to lie in order to ruin people's reputation. And so I don't know if those lies permeate nearly as strongly. Maybe initially, but I think if they ever come to the forefront, you just beat them back down with clips, and then you just keep it pushing from there.
Yeah, that's true. I should just carry forward like I don't give a fuck.
No.
And then if someone wants to challenge it, I'll be like, okay, yeah, show me the receipts. That's
Show
true.
me, yeah, just show me the receipts, and then you pull up your own. Because at the end of the day, last credibility shot. All them videos of her saying she loves to lie for no reason, and she needs to make men obsessed with her. When you play them back to back, everyone's like, oh, this bitch is crazy, and nobody can take her seriously.
Sure.
That's my perspective, but I could be just seeing it from my side. But everyone I've ever showed clips of laugh to, like, oh, she's crazy, obviously, and I think most of those people would not take her seriously.
Yeah, the only issue is that Lav does have the potential to build like a thing on her own if she like is driven enough to do it.
Yeah.
And so if she gets to a point where she's taken seriously again, then I'm like, and then she starts opening up on this again.
If she ever builds up a platform, I'll just remind everybody. This girl likes making up false accusations.
Careful. Well, now they're gonna clip that and say that.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'd be like, oh, y'all like this girl? Don't forget, motherfuckers. I don't care what nobody says. You could clip it, put it wherever you want. It don't matter, because I don't. It's not what I'm saying is not a wrong. It's the truth, and she did do that, and I don't think she's ever really been held accountable for it. So
no,
I don't mind bringing
she's
it
got
up
that
every
white
time.
woman energy.
Yeah, anytime she gets self-righteous with me, I'm like, this is you making up accusations and admitting to it. Okay, no. And I also think once you do that, that's in that same token that if you had done something bad, it would be used against you in an argument. The fact that she actually has done something that reprehensible and it's on camera and she's admitted to doing so will always be used against her, and it should. I think it does shoot your credibility a lot. So I think you have to be. I would argue that anytime she talks, she's probably even more frustrated, because anytime she tries to say anything, people start bringing that shit up.
Maybe.
I think it's gonna be very hard for her to grow a platform. Also, I don't see her being. You think she gonna make it? You think she gonna make it?
I don't know if she has the discipline to, but
she's not gonna make it.
You guys all underestimate her so much. It drives me crazy. It's the thing that drives me the craziest. If she was disciplined enough, she could. She's very funny. She's very smart. She looks good enough to do it, and she does. And like, people will make fun of me for this, but like, look at her on that fucking podcast. Like, yeah, she can run around circles on like any of these fucking people in these shows.
What, did she gain a following from that podcast? Did I miss something?
The problem is she's so self-destructive in terms of picking fights with fucking everybody that has held her back.
Okay, then. So that she's not gonna make it.
Yeah, as long as she stays on that.
Yes, and
then,
as long as Zerka stops doing coke. But here we are.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
True.
all these people got their faults. We can say whatever we want about it. They could make it, but they just not. And it's not because they don't have the talent for it. They just got other character faults that just make them not good investments.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not gonna make it, bro. I wouldn't stress it. I'd put. You want to put money on it? I already put money on Zerka, and that's looking like a good bet.
If I had to think, first of all, me and Dan have been putting money on that shit for years. Okay.
What's that?
Me and Dan have been putting money on that for years. Okay.
Hey, listen.
On Zerka, leukemia boy.
Yeah, we're gonna look so bad if it's true.
Well, then he'll die, and then we don't have to care about it. So
he's a boy who cried wolf, so I won't feel bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think she'll reasonably make it. She'll just always kind of be this like cancerous wart that's just like existing in these communities to like always. Yeah. It's probably not a big deal. You're right. I probably shouldn't worry about it as much. That's true.
I don't think she's gonna make it. I wouldn't have to worry about that.
True.
Who's an actual threat to you?
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody. I think I'm generally pretty good.
So then, what's all this orbital stress that you got going on?
It's just managing the relationships and the reputations and the working and everything.
I think that's just one of the side effects of having so many collaborators. On one side, it's free content because sometimes you just be playing games and let these retards talk for you. On the other side, right? Because you don't pay them any money or anything like that. There's no contracts involved. You know what I mean? Shit gets chaotic. It's like having a workplace with no HR or no rules about, like, yeah, you definitely gonna get some chaos when you
that's the chaos is fine.
Crazy fucking person on your platform. Yeah.
I need to starting today. I'm gonna start kicking people that aren't driving well. That's what I'm gonna do, guys. We're gonna burn. Bridges are going to be burned, guys. Okay.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you value people being entertaining, and people you find entertaining are crazy.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I don't mind the craziness. It's the people that are.
The crazy people are the ones who bring you the most issues.
No. Well, it's different kinds of issues. Like, there are people that bring me issues that aren't crazy. They just fuck my shit up. But that's a whole other thing.
Okay.
How are you doing? How's your life doing? Your channel's been doing really good for a while recently, yeah?
What's been doing?
Your channel's been doing pretty good for a while. You guys are you past 2 million subs now?
No. Just I think we're 50K off.
Just 50K off, so like
40K.
1.95 million subs. Okay, my bad.
Honestly, I really don't think about it that much. People are like, man, what are you gonna do when you hit 2 million? I'm like, well, whatever. Just keep doing the same thing we've been doing for the last year and a half. But the channel's steady. Everything is really cool on that end. We're supposed to go on tour later on this year, and so we're trying to set that up. That's gonna be fun. We're doing a world tour, doing shows, so that'd be cool. But work stuff is very, very smooth and like consistent. So.
Have you thought about doing more shows or anything, like another type of podcast thing or anything like that? Or
no, I'm not somebody who has like a maximum output, like a desire for maximum output. I'm not somebody who constantly I'm not ambitious in that sense.
That's cool.
So for me, I'm chilling with what I'm doing. It's manageable, and I also have other hobbies that take up a lot of my time. So for me, whether it be dance stuff or stand up or different things like that, those things are really important. So I wouldn't be able to do those efficiently if I was doing this. It's the same reason I don't stream. Like I could never spend multiple hours a day or like every couple days doing this. I just don't think I'd have a good balanced life. Yeah. What about you? That podcast, are you going to get launched? Is it going?
Yeah, soon. I have, as far as I got an apartment here, I'm going to start ordering equipment soon for all that shit, and then I'm going to start cranking out episodes finally. That should be good. That's like my segue into everything that I want to do like more seriously, because I think once I start recording and filming like a regular show, I can start branching off into like the media stuff that I want to do. Like that's my but I finally have like a place here for it. I just need to order the camera equipment, and then I think in about 2 weeks I think we record our first episode. So
okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you for some advice.
Go for it.
Yeah. So if you have a friend who is struggling tremendously, be it financially or mentally, and you've seen this person struggle for a very long time, very close friend, and there's not much you've been able to help. You've tried, but nothing really seems to work. And it's also very worrying for you because you're worried about that person. What do you do in those circumstances, if you've ever been there?
Oh, it's such a horrible person to ask.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I just cut him off. I cannot be around people that... this is actually why I don't, like when you watch me with like Sneeko or anybody else, it's one of the reasons why I don't give like a ton of advice to people. Like I'll kind of like poke and prod if they really want it. But if somebody's making the same mistakes over and over and over and over again, like unless it's like my son or maybe like Melina, like if you want to fuck off and ruin your life, like that's fine, but I'm not going to be like party to it for very long. I can't stand watching somebody make the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. I can't do it. There's not like if I felt that way, I would be killing myself like trying to help Zerka. It's like, bro, you've got everything.
You don't actually care about Zerka. I'm talking about someone you actually care about. So
that's limited to like that's like 4 people in my life in terms of like
Okay.
Well, actually, I guess let's do it that way, because like if Dan became like an alcoholic,
would you just like? Oh,
I probably
Dan,
wouldn't be like,
up.
That's true. That's
okay,
true. That's true.
You actually care about Dan.
I guess it would depend on the problem, and I'd probably depending on the problem, I'd probably try to take steps to actively help that person. So like with one friend in the past, they had a lot of issues relating to mental health, and I know that like a really motivating, powerful factor with mental health is having other people to help you with your reinforcement mechanisms. So I did a few therapy sessions with them and their therapist, so that I could be with them there and then kind of like learn the strategies, and then I could help them apply those strategies when the therapist wasn't there as like a way to help them. Like that would be something I would do for a friend.
Okay.
So I imagine for Dan, if there was like an alcoholic thing, I truly don't know how you help alcoholics or whatever. I'm not sure.
Well, it's tough, especially if they don't want to help themselves.
Yeah,
I think,
for sure,
which I think is like pivotal in any of these situations. If the other person's not willing to be party to this process, then anything you
if they're not willing to help themselves, then all you can do is like be there when they crash, basically.
Yeah.
Like if they're adults, you can't force anything, right?
Yeah. A lot of people live with that. A lot of people live with family members that are going through that, or really close people, or even partners. And the toughest part, I imagine, has got to be seeing like their inability to help themselves, or constantly engage in actions that are just more self-destructive than the last.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. Don't waste effort trying.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what's going on. And it depends on your relationship with the person, For somebody really close, I wouldn't abandon Melina if she started like smoking cigarettes or something. But
if you and I weren't close, what would be something that you would come at me very hard for in terms of rhetoric? Or if there's anything that you feel like you'd strongly disagree on?
Strongly disagree on? From everything I've seen, I might hit you on sometimes the way that you talk about like alternative relationships, like the open shit or whatever, might come off as like when you roasted Sneeko on some shit.
Oh, me calling him a cuck?
Maybe, yeah. But I mean, like I understand like your Sure,
I'm
yeah,
down the hill.
yeah.
Yeah. Any man who lays in bed while another man fucks his girl in the same bed, that you got cooked.
But what if you're swinging?
He wasn't swinging.
Okay.
She was getting swung.
Well, his swing,
and he watched with his dick in his hand.
Swing was stationary.
He's a cuck.
Sure.
Yeah. I have no problem saying that.
Yeah.
And I don't know you don't feel comfortable with that. I even heard Brittany Simon say, "Oh, he did it once. He doesn't like it anymore." Sorry, if you're like, "Oh, I just want to try it. I suck dick. I'm not gay." I'm like,
would you say that person's gay if somebody sucks dicks once and they didn't like
you're
it?
You're either bisexual or you gay.
Well, what if they tried and they didn't like it?
Nah. There's just certain things, in my opinion, that if you decide to try, I'm like, nah, bro, that's gay.
Okay. That's something we
that
would
or
disagree
you're
on.
bisexual.
That's a 12-part video series for me
Hey, we
on
can do
you
that.
right there.
Listen. There's just some things that people are like, oh, I just want to give it a shot. I'm like, gay. That's me though. You know what I mean? Like if you like, oh, I just want to try banging a dude in the ass. I'm like, okay, word. No, but I'm straight. I'm like, sure you are.
Okay.
Hey, you could sell that, but you either got to claim the bi part or the gay part. I just can't. And if you sit in bed and you watch your girl get clapped while you got your dick in your hand, you butt naked, you a cook, as far as I'm concerned. You can say whatever you want afterwards about how reformed you are, but I just don't see it. And I don't even think that's a weird take. I think most people would agree with that.
Okay.
You feel differently?
I think it'd be 50-50.
You think it's 50-50?
On like, if a guy tried sucking a dick and he really hated it and he never did it again, is that guy gay? I feel like that'd be 50-50. I think some people are like, oh yeah, hell yeah, that guy gay as fuck. And other people are like, well, if he didn't like it at all, I guess maybe, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it'd be 50-50, but who knows? I'm not sure.
Okay. Run a poll then. I'm very confident. Run 2 polls. Run the poll about what DGG thinks and run the poll about what GG thinks most people would think.
Okay. If you tried sucking one dick but you absolutely hated it, are you gay or not gay?
You should have said like whether or not they when they did it, the person came. Okay, now run the second
Does
poll.
that change things?
Absolutely. If you're like, yo, if you sucking on it, right? Okay, pause. If you doing it and then look, oh, I don't like it, but I'm gonna at least finish the job. Like, nah, you gotta be gay. If you would have just like and then walked away, maybe I would have given that to you. But if you went through a whole jizya, okay. Now run a second poll asking what do you think most people would say to the same.
What would most people say to this? And then I'll ask. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Most people would say they're gay. Absolutely. I don't even think it's close to 50-50.
I think it'd be 50-50.
Yeah. I think you give people far more credit for their progressiveness than they actually deserve.
I think it would depend on who we're surveying.
That's what I'm just saying. If I'm taking the average out of the whole population.
Well, because I'm thinking of like these videos we go on like college campuses and shit and survey. I think it'd be like 50-50.
I think if you want to college campuses, sure.
But if you're talking
wouldn't
like
do the
old
college
people and
campuses.
shit,
I'm
then
talking
you're probably
about everybody. I'm talking about everybody from all the different communities. If you accumulated them in America, they would think that shit gay.
Then maybe like, well, how many people do you think?
And I think it's the same for the cuck thing.
Here's a question.
Which is why,
how many people
even
think
in the most progressive communities, not just because they hate Sneeko, but I think also really truly there's a revulsion they have. Once they hear what he's did, they're like, he's a cuck. And they won't get away from it.
Don't you think most of these people, don't all those people like that cuck stuff though?
Who?
The progressives that make fun of them for it?
like who?
I don't know. I thought you just said that's why they made.
Progressive community is like, hey guys, you should try letting some other dude bang your girl. That is not a progressive
like all
idea.
these
and I've heard him say that too, and it always makes me laugh. It's like, oh, I ate the woke mind virus, and that's why I watched my girl get clapped while I had my dick in my hand in the same bed. That's not the woke mind virus, bro. You're just a weirdo. There's not a single.
I thought all these communities are like open and poly and shit now. Isn't that like what they all do?
They say do what you want. They don't go around endorsing the idea of letting some dude clap your girl while you watch. No, cucking. I have never heard that from any liberal ever. Maybe okay. I'm different communities. What liberal group or anybody has ever encouraged that?
I don't know. I feel like every progressive community I know is like all like in polyamory, polygamous, open, whatever.
Yeah. Hey man, listen, at the end of the day, people can do whatever they want. I mean, the only reason why I think this one's extra funny is just because of who said it. But at the end of the day, if you ask me my honest opinion, yeah, I do think that shit's kind of.
Okay, hold on. Gayest guy in the world fucks ass every Saturday night. Okay, super gay. He fucks a girl one time. Is he now straight or bisexual in your eyes?
You can say he's bisexual.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't say he's straight though. No.
Gotcha. But he's bi now.
It's a good question though. I've never thought about that.
Okay.
I don't think enough about the experience of gay men.
True.
Yeah. I mean, before you, I didn't even believe in bisexuality.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. That's something that you probably changed my mind on.
Okay. You never met any bi girls? Or do you think they were just doing it to impress their boyfriends?
No. Bisexuality in women is like I just like bisexuality in men specifically. There's never really bought into it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not gonna rehash that our conversation. What's another thing that you would strongly feel like? I don't know about this one, Chief.
I feel like you couch most of your stuff fairly carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. I think that's a criticism in and of itself.
No, I think that's probably a good thing. Like, I think generally you're pretty safe to say, like, no, maybe not in every circumstance, or like, no, where I come from, this is blah, blah. Like, I think you're generally pretty safe. Oh, maybe we might fight over some Jew shit, but I don't actually know what you're...
You know the Jew stuff is so funny to me?
Yeah, tell me.
Because, like, outside of, like, this sphere, in real life, we just never talk about it. We don't even think about
that's
it.
true.
Like, this is only online. They were like, Abba's like anti-Semitic. I'm like, okay, let's say hypothetically I am. Okay. I don't spend time around Jewish people. We don't talk about Jewish people. We don't involve ourselves in anything Jewish. Like, does that stuff really, really matter? I don't know.
Good point.
But yeah.
Kanye talked about it a lot.
In real life, I don't know how much involvement I really have with that. And I think that's just most people. You ask people about Jews, they're like, I don't really know. Like,
yeah.
I don't think they think about them. I think that's more for people who are really politically involved or people who are close to the community. But I don't think people really care like that.
Damn, hold on. My camera is super tilted, I just noticed.
Please, another trans discussion. I'd rather kill myself. Every time like someone sends me a new article, they're like, but can you react to this? And it's like some trans woman who breaks a record. I'm like, I don't want to say the same shit a million times, bro. I think this shit's stupid. And at some point, if I just repeat I don't know. I also think it's unfair a little bit because it feels as though every time trans issues are brought up, all the discussion is about probably their least favorable point, which is sports.
Yeah.
So it just looks like every time I'm reacting to this ridiculous shit, I hate trans people. It's not even that. It's just like this stuff is so crazy to me. But if I constantly cover it, then it just looks terrible. So I just don't want to cover it. It's just brought up to create hate. I don't think that's entirely true. I think if that's all you talk about, then maybe. But I think it is fair to just say that the retarded takes that a lot of leftists have on trans people and their sports thing is probably an indication of a certain level of disingenuousness that's very disgusting. Like when you have like a bunch of these like lefty feminist men sitting there and be like, no. Men and women physically are not even that different. I'm like, bro, kill yourself.
Abba is almost out of frame. Abba, scoot over to the left a little.
Sure.
So, new year now, 2023. Wow. Just turned 2023, okay? 5 months ago. What do you want to do this year? What are you looking forward to?
I feel like these are questions you ask on a first date with a girl that you don't really like talking to.
Well, no. So I
feel like there's a part of you sometimes that's like very engaged and wants to ask, and then sometimes I feel like you just have to ask a question, and so you do this like different voice where you're like, all right, this is how normal people talk.
Yeah, well, I'm doing the voice, but like I engage with you a lot on a like quasi-personal level.
Okay.
Like you come in and chat on my Discord and stuff.
Sure.
But aside from your one show, I have like no idea what the fuck you do.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to? You mentioned doing like the stand-up stuff. Do you have like a hope to like start like opening shows and stuff and like doing more stand-up? Is it like a thing that you want to like get more involved in, or?
So I've already done quite a few shows. I've done big shows. I did a show in Montreal for 20,000 people. Andrew Schultz was there. We had a bunch of other comics across Canada who came through, so it was a lot of fun. That was a show that we ran ourselves. So we've done a lot of stand-up. It's just not stuff that I've really shared online or really posted a lot about. But for the people who've attended, it's been a great time. So stand-up is already like a part of my life.
Okay. Do you want to start going to like New York and doing shows and shit down there, or?
Yeah, so when we do the tour, we're going to do a world tour. So I'm going to definitely be going to the States a lot. But,
world tour?
Yeah, well,
where else in the world are you
intense.
going?
I'm going to Europe, so I'm going to go to do a few parts of Europe and then probably Australia as well. Based off the analytics, that's where like a lot of the fans are. So that's where we're going to go.
Okay.
But yeah, probably the reason why is, I don't know, there's like the online stuff that I do, but everything that's offline, I just keep it there generally. So the dance stuff is not on YouTube or anything like that. I don't really post about it.
Gotcha. When you say dance stuff,
Yo,
are you like?
Why are we banning my man? Is he a retard?
He said I gave you a crusty old headset. That headset is 2 weeks old. I literally just bought that. That is a brand fucking new headphone. I don't know why he's saying this. Fucking retarded.
Destiny. Yeah, you be just banning people like
The guy's
crazy.
a fucking retard. Why would he even say that? It's a brand new fucking headset. Yeah, of course I'm banning that motherfucker.
Okay.
Get that ass banned.
Nah, be honest. Are there a few times where you ban people like, all right, that's probably unnecessary, but I can't be a bitch and undo that shit?
No, I'll undo it. If I like, sometimes I'll ban people and then I'll like get a snack and I'll be like, oh, I think I was just grumpy, and I'll like start unbanning people. I might unban that guy in like 30 minutes.
Sometimes I had someone DM me, they're like, yo, Abba, can you ask Destiny to unban me?
Why are people...
That shit does make me laugh. Yeah. I think that's pretty much all I got.
Honey Bun 10 is now a tier 2 sub. Cool.
What's some stuff that you were going to cover?
Today?
Yeah, pull it up.
Oh, it's like boring shit.
Boring shit. There's nothing good happening in politics or...
Okay, well so there's a guy named Pisco that I fight with a lot. So
that's the lawyer who's going to get you...
I don't know what he's going to get. He argues about shit, but I have very strong feelings about self-defense. So I want to like formally write down kind of like all my qualifiers for self-defense so that I can have a conversation with him so I can fully 100%.
So we got some protests in New York City after a homeless man named Jordan Neely.
I don't know why that just started playing. Holy shit.
Yeah, that made me jump.
Jesus.
I was like a wild Tim Pool appears.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna formally write down all of my arguments on this and then go fight with him to prove to him once and for all that I can finally shoot a guy and murder him for stealing a blade of grass.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you guys are gonna argue to the
there's
degree.
that. I watched about half of this. Tim Pool and the Surfs TV. Did you hear any of these arguments?
I did not hear a lot of these.
This is probably one of the just
most brain rot.
Okay, so there's a thing that I kind of cucked out on, but I'm not gonna cuck out on it anymore. Okay, there's like it's very popular online to be like debate is cringe and debate is bad and blah blah blah. I actually think if you do politics, I think debate is pretty important.
Sure.
And I think the reason why it's important is because it helps you flesh out your own arguments a bit more. Like imagine if you went into a professional debate hall and you wanted to take the argument. You're like, I don't think you should ever kill somebody ever. There's no reason to ever do it. And then imagine somebody comes up to you and they're like, what if somebody was going to kill you? Do you think you'd have a right to kill them then? And then you were like, damn, that's a really good argument. I never thought about that before.
W.
People would be like, what do you mean you've never thought about that before? That would be like the first fucking thing.
Is that what this guy did?
Like 7 times, yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
but this is in the vein of the whole trans thing where like you say the basic thing about sports and like people are like, what? No, men and women are out there. I feel like this is a bit of that same retardation that sometimes I see lefties have. It's like, if somebody's running at you with a gun, like during the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, that was also pretty evident to me.
Yeah.
When some people were even defending the people that were attacking Kyle, like, oh, he didn't have to hit him with a gun or whatever. I was like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah. This is like 1.5 minutes of this. Like the way that he walks into some of these arguments is just insane.
Should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you go to prison if you should go to prison if he performed an abortion.
Snap.
Yeah,
I heard that.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Opposite perspective.
So there's also something that none of us know because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C-section or natural birth, it might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
It's not legal. It was one of the only things Obama voted on.
I'm not completely familiar with it. So
if an infant is born alive,
it's a huge.
I want to ask in good faith. So,
Hold on one sec.
You believe that?
I'm just trying to find the meth comment. It was just so stupid.
Oh, what about meth? Like we should be allowed to do.
It might be here. Oh, we were right up to it. Hold on.
Good.
You believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do
Hold on. People need to see the video for some reason.
to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh no, I don't think anything's acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice.
They can hear it. Yeah, they're just stupid. Okay, here you go.
Of course.
You believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh no, I don't think anything's acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on.
Not
What
her.
about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States. Child services?
I guess
Child
ECFS
services?
would be.
Oh, it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying.
There are like 7 different points in this debate, and he's advocating. The other guy, Lance, is saying you should be able to have a 9-month abortion.
Yeah.
9-month abortion.
When you can't have meth and kill the baby with meth.
There are so many parts in this debate where he just like fucking is so funny. But
the Neely guy, the one who the homeless dude who just was choked
was it Jason
to death.
Neely or something?
Yeah. So
a hero, by the way.
Apparently, the soldier who killed him as well. So, as I understand, he got on the train, was basically like, "I'm willing to die. I want some food."
I think so. I was like, "Yeah, I'm ready to die. I don't care. I'll do whatever I need to. Send me to prison."
Was there anything threatening that he did in terms of gestures?
My understanding is he was shouting at people, getting in people's face, and being aggressive, and people on the train felt threatened by him. I don't know. I don't think he hit anybody first. I don't think that was said. But apparently
he was
getting
getting
people's,
like up in their face.
Yeah, saying shit like, "I'm ready to die. I want to go back to prison. I don't care what happens." Stuff like that, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about the guy grabbing him afterwards and putting him in the choke?
I think you're okay. Here are my feelings. I think you're justified in attacking that guy. I think that's fine. I think you're probably justified in trying to choke him out quickly to restrain him or whatever. But from the very little bit I know, which is not much, okay, but the very little bit I know about choking people, when you're choking people for like more than like 20 seconds, it's some pretty cringe shit. And when we're talking on the scale of minutes, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
So supposedly that guy had been rolling video for like 2 minutes, I think, before we even saw like the minute plus of that guy basically with the full fucking, what is it, like an arm bar or whatever behind the dude's neck. I don't know. That just seems wildly irresponsible to me. Like we were on like some George Floyd shit.
Was the guy limp before he let go of him?
The problem is that like I don't know if anybody could tell, right? So like,
because the people were holding his arm so that you would be able to tell, no?
Well, the problem was you had, first of all, they're like on the floor in this subway, so it's already kind of awkward.
Sure.
The guy's like on his back holding him, and then there's the guy behind him watching, and then there's another guy that's like trying to like grab the dude's arms too. So when I'm watching, I couldn't tell like, is the guy kicking his legs, or is he like in like some death throes as his body's just like twitching, or what? I couldn't tell. I don't know if the Marine guy could tell, but it was really hard because nothing was clean at all about the situation, you know?
Show me the video.
Yeah, sure. Somebody just link me the video, please, in chat. If you link some random shit, you're getting permabanned.
So I would say this. If somebody's getting up in someone's face and they're being told to back off and they keep getting closer and it looks like they're probably going to be assaulted, I have no issue with them putting that person in a chokehold.
Yeah, sure. But again, like when we talk like chokeholds, it's got to be like, you can't be putting people in chokeholds for minutes at a time. That's wild.
Yeah.
This is only 1 minute and 20 seconds.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think there's more to this, but
it's fine. Let me see this shit. Are you still fighting?
So the issue is that like once we get here, it's hard to tell. Is he like actually resisting and fighting, or is his body like spasming? Because the issue is that
hold up, he's still tense.
It seems like he is. But we're at like 21 seconds here.
He's kicking. It looks like he's kicking. I can see his legs in the back kicking.
Where are the cops? The cops?
Oh, he's kicking.
I don't know if I don't know if this is actually him kicking or if it's like weird shit the body does when you're like dead / dying.
That does not look like he's not kicking.
It doesn't look like he's not kicking. That's
he's
true.
He's not just doing one repetitive motion, but now it looks like he's out.
Maybe
now
yeah.
it looks like he's out.
It takes.
This is a dog shit video.
Sorry, like you were saying
he was going to say
something?
it takes 10 seconds to make somebody pass out, but he obviously didn't have a clean hold. So,
yeah, but at a certain point, and as a Marine, you're trained this. There 13 seconds, you don't fucking hold that choke longer than that. Like, if your objective is not an enemy combatant, you're trying to take the fuck out, you don't do that. So you stop.
Yeah,
So
or
they
you like
could've
try to
at that
reassess
point-
or get a cleaner hold
I'm
or
not
something.
gonna lie
right?
to you. If somebody was threatening me or doing some weird stuff and they were being like hell of or threatening it, and I'm holding the choke and they're still fighting like crazy and I'm on my back, I probably wouldn't let them go.
I could understand to some extent, but the issue is that like this is like a crackhead bust, dude. It's not like this guy's some ultra built guy. You've got 3 dudes here. Like if this guy is a Marine, like it seems like they're relatively in control of the situation. But the issue is that like.
At this point, you have 3 people. The guy's been taking down enough notches. You could have subdued him. There's a
So
reason
them
that like
holding
chokeholds are
him now.
This is kind of wild.
Yeah.
But the problem is this goes on for maybe like a minute more. I think he's dead now.
Yeah. I mean,
even though, but it looked like a minute ago.
No, they definitely held that shit way longer. I think once he's unresponsive, you gotta let it go.
Sure. Because he basically goes from a minute to where it looks like he's kicking and alive here, but I don't know if these are like conscious kicks because 1 minute later when they go to release him, he's gone at this point. It's like.
like, and Homeboy's trained enough to do that, but not to do CPR now.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If that's a crackhead, I ain't doing CPR either.
Well, I mean, then I mean, well,
I'll be honest. I'm just saying, y'all say whatever y'all want. If that's a crackhead, I ain't doing CPR. Try to fend off an attacker, succeed. Then you get it. I don't know. I'm not. I ain't trying to get whatever they got.
Like it almost looks like he moves here, but I'm pretty sure this is like just shit your body does when you. Because this guy's.
We don't know how he's dying. We just know he's like.
Well, we know now from the autopsy, I think, that he's dead from compression to the neck, is what the coroner said.
Well, someone said CPR. You don't have to do mouth to mouth. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah,
Sure.
chest compressions is fine. Depends on how the shirt looks. I'm just fun. Doo-doo stains. Yeah, it looks like they really held that shit way longer than they needed to.
Yeah.
So I think probably conservatives are looking at this shit like, oh, well, there's so much crime in the city. Fuck these people. It's disgusting. Get the filth out. And then liberals are looking at it like, oh, you did what's necessary. It wasn't guaranteed that he was going to be violent. I'm more in the middle. Like, I have no problem with the chokehold. I have an issue with how long he held it for. And I have an issue with the fact that, like others have said, they could have done chest compressions afterwards to try to help the person.
So the thing that sucks is that like all this fucking cuck shit is like people arguing the most retarded fucking sides of it. Like conservatives are arguing that the Marine could have pulled out like an M4 and just fully sprayed down and murdered this dude. And leftists are arguing that like our unhoused neighbors just need to be like treated with kindness and compassion.
No.
So like here is like the opposite side of this is if you're ever looking for women to hate, there's a show. I shouldn't make these jokes. I don't know how, but the Majority Report manages to choose the worst female rep, worse than my stream, okay, for female representatives. Holy shit.
I was hit at one point sitting on the subway by a man who was having a mental health episode. He sat next to me and he was elbowing and kind of flailing around and hit me in the face and in my body, and it was jarring, right? The idea that I would want him to be hurt in any way, I just didn't want to be near him in that moment because I understood something was going on here. Every one of us who's taken public transit has had this kind of situation, something similar happen, seeing someone struggling. That doesn't mean that our fear in that instance, and I was a little scared because I was hit.
It's a problem. Like, it's people that need help.
But like my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on right now. It's the fact that this person is in pain. And so like the politics of dehumanization privileges the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in this narrow instance, as opposed to larger humanity and life. It's really freaking twisted.
I don't entirely disagree with her point.
To some extent.
No, I think she's right that there is a serious issue with mental health and homelessness in general.
Yeah.
Which is like, it is very pervasive.
That is true.
It is also, in my opinion, at least the intensity of it is very unique to America.
Yeah.
In my experience of traveling.
Well,
It's
I've had a couple
intensive.
of weird homeless encounters in Toronto and Vancouver.
Yes, I will agree that those two places have definitely. I don't know. I always call like Toronto, like New York, like it's just a wannabe.
You had. I wish I could remember where I've been in the city, but you had like a big park where there was like a big park that's like a square in Toronto.
You go anywhere near Young Square, like honestly, the homeless people there will just do crack off a Five Guys table. It's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, and Vancouver, they got their own little tent city, much like Los Angeles. So I would agree, but I'm just saying, like, other than this fear, I feel like it's just incredibly intense.
Yeah.
It doesn't even hold a candle to what I saw in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Doesn't even hold a candle.
Sure.
Taking public transportation in Los Angeles, like, you see the depth of how fucked up people can really get. Same thing for San Francisco. Like, West Coast homelessness is its own breed.
Sure.
Very, very different. And so I understand her wanting to like refocus the conversation about that. But as a person who's in that situation, who may be punched in the face, I don't give a fuck what happens to that homeless person at that moment. Me personally.
Sure, yeah, I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Destiny, you've interacted with the homeless. Are you fucking real in trying to say most people just ignore and move on? Yes. From my experience, yeah, most people, you see the crazy guy screaming, people just cross the street, they just keep walking. That's typically what you do. But I think that like a lot of liberals that live in these areas are starting to get pushed because you're getting people that are like very suburbanite saying things like, oh yeah, like the guy might be screaming, but like, you know, he just needs help. Like, don't be scared. And yeah, I think for a lot of people, it's very...
Let me tell you, man, liberals will say that until these homeless people are in their neighborhood, and then they go to the government and tell them to get the fuck out.
Sure.
All this talk about empathy, blah, blah, blah. The moment them homeless people are in their areas, they're getting them relocated using police officers and whatever fucking services they have.
Sure.
And then they're putting spikes in any spots that homeless people like to sleep at because they don't want those fucking filth in their area. That's how they think.
Mhm.
So all this talk is cute when you can be removed with it at the end of the night. But for people who actually live in areas where homelessness is very pervasive, they don't want them there, conservative or liberal.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that a lot of the liberals, so Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, do you know her?
Yeah.
She's been fighting a lot on Twitter. She was a while ago because like I think a lot of progressives in these cities are just like kind of done with the apologia for the insane homeless problems, and they're obviously not being dealt with by any cities. And I think the citizens are starting to feel like increasingly unsafe. So anytime one of these issues comes up, and now you're getting, you know, people like her coming in like, well, you know, it's the mental health issue needs to be taken care of, and it's like, okay, yeah, sure, that is true, but that's many stages removed. Like if a guy breaks into my house with a firearm to you know, steal some of my shit, a lot of things had to go wrong in this guy's life for him to get to that stage.
Sure.
But by the time he's at that point, I don't really give much of a fuck about it. Like something's got to happen, you know, somebody's going to die here. It's either me or him, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of people and a lot of progressives in these cities are starting, or a lot of liberals, I should say, in these cities are starting to feel the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see like
Pisco, if you disagree, come in, you fucking retard. Come the fuck in right now. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
We should absolutely focus on the root cause of the crime.
No, he's trying to take some control. He's going to come in and he's going, well, don't you think it's important that we focus on the root cause of homelessness? I'm going to go, yeah, of course it's important that we focus on it. But like that doesn't mean that people on subways and shit aren't going to feel like a need to defend themselves or aren't going to feel some type of irritated way when people are engaged in what almost feels like apologia to some extent for homeless violence on normal citizens that are just trying to protect themselves, right? Because like if I were to swap out homeless people for men, right? And there's a woman on a subway and she's like, I feel really like if a woman is on a subway and she's like, I feel nervous if like two men step in and we're alone at night there, everybody's like, yeah, you go, girl. They're probably fucking rapists. Two men on the subway at night. What are they even doing there? Except for looking for some woman to rape.
Me personally, if I wanted to sexually assault a woman, all of a sudden I start putting on some trash bags, start dressing like Pearl, and then I should go assault people on trains. Because then they could just be like, well, he's sick. He's mentally
Exactly,
ill.
yeah. But if it was two homeless guys, they'd be like, well, why didn't you offer him up some fucking pussy yourself? Like, it might have helped the dude's mental health, you know? It's like, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a little wild, yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever I see phrases like unhoused neighbors, I saw somebody on Twitter that had a tweet that blew up that said something like that, are unhoused people on the street or whatever, because they don't want to say homeless because that's like dehumanizing. I'm like, okay, bro, like, yeah.
I don't know. I think these kinds of takes make me laugh a little bit because I haven't taken a lot of the public transportation where this stuff is rampant. You see the fear in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly... I'm going to be honest. For me, it's kind of funny because you just laugh at it. But I'm also like a guy, so I might feel a little differently about it. There are some times, though, where even I've been scared. Yeah.
It's funny till the motherfucker sits beside you.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Have you ever been on an empty cart and a homeless guy sits beside you on an empty cart?
There was a time, so I have a few crazy homeless stories. There was one time we were on Miami Beach.
Like StarCraft.
Me, Dan, and Mr. Moon were sitting at a table, and this guy, he keeps walking back and forth, and I can hear him talk, and he sounds like a paranoid schizophrenic. He keeps talking about how, like, I think people are watching me, and I know that they're in that store, blah, blah. He's like saying shit like that over and over again. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this sounds crazy. But he's like, he keeps walking by us, so we don't care. And eventually he comes back, and he's kind of like catching my eye, you know? And there's like a rule, you know, it's like with vampires or zombies or whatever. For a homeless guy, you never look him in the eye. You always look away, okay? Because if you maintain eye contact, that's like a challenge to fight. And I guess I caught this dude's eye for too long. And so he starts walking over to our table. And Dan is like, I'll take care of this, okay? And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you mean by that, but okay. So this guy starts walking up to us, and Dan turns around, and Dan, for whatever fucking reason, thinks it's a smart idea to start speaking Russian. Were you with us for this?
Of course.
Yeah. Dan starts speaking fucking Russian at this guy. He's like, whoa, and I'm like, Dan, this guy's like a paranoid schizo. Why the fuck are you speaking Russian at him? So then the guy, like, now he's like at our table with his like hands on the table, and he starts like screaming at me. And like, Dan, I'm like, holy shit, we gotta get the fuck out of here. And the guy, I didn't know if the dude was about to like fucking start stabbing us or holy shit. That was probably one of the spookier interactions. But yeah, I've had a couple with little unhinged homeless people. Most of the scary homeless people moments are usually you're walking by some guy and then he just screams at you out of nowhere, and then he usually just keeps walking like an infected in like a video game. I feel bad talking about it. It's not funny. It's really fucked. But
sometimes that shit's funny.
It's funny in a really fucked up kind of way.
You know what's very unique about American homeless people is like they're the only ones who are gonna bother you, and sometimes they even get offended if you want to offer them money. Like sometimes they're just havoc creating. It's just very, very unique, or so they don't even want to. You're like, oh my god, this person doesn't speak English. They just make noises. The mouth is missing.
For a lot of these dudes,
and that shit's kind of funny. Like
I guess
I remember one person gave my dude $1. He said, "Fuck your money." He just slammed it at and she went to go pick it up, and then he snatched it back up. I don't know. That made me laugh for a while, but yeah, that shit is also really fucked up and sad at the same time when you see how many people are suffering. I see people sleeping at train stations. I see people.
We were at
all the
Molina.
time.
We were in Austin, right? And we were walking to the thing, and there was like a guy like pooping on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It was like pooping in his own pants.
He pulled his pants down to still poop in them.
Thanks for being logical. Doodles are unethical.
And we're like, yeah, we walked by, and he like crossed the street because when we came back to find the studio, and he like crossed the street, and we were like, oh god, is this guy's? How many more rounds does he have in the chamber? Like,
I was like walking up to a tree to like piss on it, and then just pointing your dick at yourself.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Wait, can I hang out with you guys?
Yeah, you can jump on in. Jump on in. Oh, that was actually really good.
It's just, yeah, Jesus. But then here's like a rule. I don't know if it's like this as much in Canada, but in the U.S., our cities sprawl hard.
True.
So you have to be very careful when you get these motherfuckers online. Like Pearl does this, Nick does this. People say like, I'm from Chicago. And it's like, you're 35 minutes from Chicago, motherfucker. Okay, you're not from Chicago. People will say shit like
35 minutes from the outskirts of Chicago.
Yeah. From the city limits. From where the sign says, welcome to Chicago.
Yeah,
okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but then people will come and say shit like, oh no, like I'm from LA. Like I've never had a bad homeless problem. And these guys are living like in Calabasas.
No shot.
They're living in the mountains, okay?
No shot.
Behind 12 gates.
Because yeah, Adam 22, he said he moved out there. He doesn't even have the LA experience anymore.
Yeah.
I know for me, when I was staying, like this is Van Nuys, and then I used to have to take all the trains running through Hollywood to go down to Santa Monica or anywhere else, or even if you ever taken the Blue Line to Long Beach. That is one of the craziest lines. I saw a guy get stabbed the first time I took the line.
In LA?
In LA. I saw a guy get stabbed the first time I take the line. I didn't even take it on the way back. I just paid for a $100 Uber because I just didn't want to deal with that shit again. But Los Angeles really kind of shook. Because you have an image of Los Angeles or America before going. This is maybe like 8 or 9 years ago. Then you actually go and you realize like, oh, this is just a shithole.
I wish LA is like the only place where you can be walking. I wish I could remember. I don't remember any of this. It all blends together. But I feel like it's the only place I can be walking. And then like I'll be like in a nice store, and then 5 minutes later, it's like everything is like barred the fuck up. And if you go inside the grocery store, like the deodorants are on lockdown. Yeah. I'm like, what just happened? I feel like I entered a new zone in GTA. Like, what the fuck?
The funny thing about LA is like one neighborhood's good, and then the next one's like absolute trash, and then the same thing for the next one. And so I don't know. When you see the city sprawls, it's like somebody tell me they live in Orange County. You're like, you don't live in LA. Like,
yeah,
you're
exactly.
Fucking far.
Yeah, because
I live in Anaheim. That's a different city, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like you can say it's the same thing, but it's not. It's not the same thing.
I don't even know if I saw homeless people in Huntington Beach when we lived down in. That was in the area of Orange County we lived in. Yeah.
No.
But Yeah, Jesus. And I know this, and I don't even really live in any of these like rough parts of these rough cities. I've only visited and I've seen all this. So I can't imagine the people that make their daily commutes through here. So whenever I see people come out and say like, oh, like sometimes it's scary, but like for the most part, it's not a big deal. It's like, damn, I don't know, dude. Yeah.
Ask anybody who takes public transport, they'll never tell you that.
Mhm.
I think the only way you believe that is if you have the luxury of not having to actually have to interact with them.
Sure.
Every time I would take the train, it's just like, not today, motherfucker. Not today. Or you have to see somebody else suffer in front of you. Like, that's one thing that's always funny about a train is you see the homeless man walk in. I don't give a fuck. Homeless people got their uniforms. You know they homeless when they walk in. There's a look. There's a smell. You know it. And everybody's thinking the same thing. They're not thinking, oh, my God, he's suffering. You know what they're thinking?
Go suffer in front of the guy next to me.
Yes. Go suffer anywhere else but beside me. That's all they're thinking. And if you suffer, you know what they're thinking? I'm going to move my ass somewhere else because I want to be safe. There is not a single person who's like, would you like a sandwich? No, nobody. Nobody who has to actually spend time around them a lot. Oh.
No one that's spent time around them a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually a video on YouTube of this restaurant guy who was complaining about a homeless man who was staying in front of his place all the time.
Mhm.
And I think the dude ended up throwing piss at him one day. And he like called the city, asked for help. The city wouldn't help. It was ruining his business. And in that kind of situation, someone might say, well, we got to talk about the root of the problem.
Mhm.
That's the real focus. And that's fair. Maybe on a systemic level, that would be a great thing. But for the people who are suffering, the local shops who are having to close down their family businesses or whatever it is because the city just doesn't do anything about the homeless population because they can't. What do you say to those people? Oh, empathy. Well, why not empathy for the other people as well, right? Because they're suffering.
Mhm.
They can't even feed their families anymore. They're at risk of also potentially having to go homeless or find a new work situation or having to upend their entire lives.
Mhm.
And so it just seems like it's always empathy for the people who are the most suffering or appear to be, not knowing that there's other people who are working hard every day and they're also
Yeah,
being
and you
affected by
just
this.
like want to. This is like so crazily American, or at least I've never seen this. I haven't been to Paris yet, but in any other European city I've been in, I've never seen homelessness like in like LA. I don't know if it exists. I'm sure it must somewhere in Europe. I've heard that there are like rough parts of like London or rough parts of. But sometimes when you guys say rough parts of cities in Europe, I think it's different than rough
they're
parts
just
of
ghettos.
Yeah,
and they're really bad. They're really bad ghettos, like to the point police officers don't like going in.
Sure.
But you would never see them because they're so isolated.
Yeah,
It's the
or
same thing,
like
even if you go to Chicago, like you're not gonna have a bad time unless you go to the park.
That's true.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think those things do cross over to some degree, but in Europe much less so.
Mhm.
But yeah, you were saying about rough parts of the world.
Yeah, that I feel like rough parts of the United States or even Canada can look a lot different. Yeah, like the tent cities that exist like in the LA area or in like East Hastings and like Vancouver. I don't know if any place in Europe is like that.
That's a good question. I do know that there's a lot of gypsy issues, but I don't know how deep it goes. I just know
we call
they
them
hate
Romani
gypsies.
people, okay?
Oh, yeah?
They do hate some them gypsies.
They do
okay?
hate them gypsies. So that's the one thing that's facts. I was going to say, on the idea of fixing homelessness, because that's what she brought up, the issue, if someone to say, what are some things that you think we could do to help
Listening to
homelessness?
stories and experiences in the US makes me, as a Giga Chad Norwegian, feel infinitely more safe in my country. Thank God I struck gold and was born here.
What would be
You're
something?
a loser. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Norway. It has to be the solution homelessness. It has to be like a housing first with tons of support type of process. So you need to get a house for somebody, then you need a ton of social services for a person. Some of these people can be reintegrated into society. Some of these motherfuckers are never working again. But yeah, it's a lot of money, a lot of space. But it's also probably going to be a lot of friction too, because where you put these people is going to be difficult. You know, people will say some shit all the time. They'll say in the United States, there's 1 million homeless people and 2 million empty houses. We hear shit like that. I probably see some shit in Canada. That might be true, but all the homeless people are nowhere near the empty houses. There are no empty houses in fucking Vancouver or LA or Seattle. The empty houses are in Montana and Wyoming and Kansas, okay? But I don't know if homeless people in LA are going to be want to be relocated to the Midwest, you know, for like a housing first approach. And you're realistically not going to build a huge section of housing at fucking Venice Beach or Santa Monica to like host all the homeless people there. So I don't even know if they'd want to leave even if you could. You know, like if you offered a homeless guy, listen, we've got like a house, shower, we can even line you up a job, social services, but you got to go to Utah. You're going to be in Salt Lake City, I don't know, or Boise, fucking Idaho or whatever. I don't know if they're going to take it. I don't know if they would go for that. You know?
I don't even think the locals would accept it. Because you have to imagine if you own any of the property in the area, the last thing you want is a government building some fucking social housing for homeless people who are trying to fix their lives.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the property values in the whole area goes down because crime shoots up. The idea that you're just going to stick a bunch of homeless people in a new neighborhood and that neighborhood's going to accept it.
Well,
if I was a homeowner in that neighborhood, I would be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that never happens because I don't want to see my property value go down as most people who like put their life savings into it.
I think you could make it work. So like for instance, like I don't know, depending on the types of homeless people you relocate, like assuming you're putting them somewhere, you're tracking them, and you're giving them like a house and jobs and shit. Like I don't know how many people are going to be like turning into criminals immediately, right? Like you would hope that like given an opportunity to do other shit, they're not going to be. I don't actually. To be fair, when I think of it in the totality of crime, I don't even know how many homeless people are actually like committing crimes compared to like normal. Like if we think of like all the retail theft that's going on, it's all like organized retail theft. It's not like homeless people running in and stealing shit.
Why don't we look it up? I'm actually curious. Why don't you look up homelessness crime? And I guarantee you pretty much any number you get is also going to be severely underreported. Because if there's one thing that cops don't like doing is having to prosecute homeless people.
For sure, yeah.
But go ahead, look it up. I'm actually curious. Homelessness crime, how pervasive is it?
How pervasive homeless crime? The rate of violent crimes was 40 times higher, and the rate of non-violent crimes 27 times higher in the homeless population. Homeless offenders were significantly more likely to have been charged with victimizing strangers.
That don't sound like a number that speaks in your favor.
Maybe
anything
not.
I know about homelessness, like growing in any area, is crime rises exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense.
Well, but that's like a correlated thing. Like I imagine an area that would have homeless rates rising is probably also an area that's gonna like be more predisposed towards crime, right? Like if people are going homeless, there's probably a lot of things that are failing in that city. Jesus, the overall rate of criminal offenses was 35 times higher in the homeless mentally ill population than in the domiciled mentally ill population.
You know what I also think? And this is probably very doomer-pilled, but I really think this.
Mm-hmm.
I think for cities like Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco, it's over. There's no way they can fix this homeless situation, ever.
Or there is, but there's not the political will for it. Like, it would require, like, massive investment and massive will from the people to, like, figure out what to do. But it's easy to kind of just, like, push them off to the side and not worry about it.
I think there's too many of them. I think it'd be super expensive. And I think for some of them, there's so much mental damage that I think rehabilitating to the point where you could ever get them to be like productive members of society would be nearly impossible. And the financial investment required would just bankrupt it. That's what I suspect. Just seeing how large the population is and how much you would have to invest in terms of mental health, in terms of policing, in terms of rehab, in terms of drugs, in terms of like everything necessary, I just don't believe it's possible. Which maybe that's doomer pilled, but like what is the homeless population of Los Angeles right
now? Homeless population, LA. 42,000 unhoused people. In the county, there are 70,000 unhoused people. Have you ever seen any of these things?
Tent cities, yeah. I walked through it.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, I went to a market in downtown LA, and then on the way back at night, I made the wrong turn, and that shit was dark.
It's funny because you'd imagine they'd be like pretty rare, but basically any underpass that you go through, at least when I lived there a couple of years ago, basically every single underpass you go through, there's going to be like rows of tents.
I don't know why. I thought the number would be way higher. Population up 18% in 3 of LA's highest priority area. I don't know why. I really thought that number would be way higher.
They're probably, the thing is, homeless people are very, very, very visible, right? Because they're on the street, you know? Yeah.
Easy to count. Okay. Why don't you play the self-defense stuff? I want to see you. Are you going to play that stuff?
Well, that's just going to be like me writing a bunch of shit down and then like hashing through arguments and stuff. I was going to...
This is the point.
Oh, do you know who this person is if you follow her story?
I don't know. Somebody told me like she's banging her dad or whatever.
This is some girl that comes from what I'm pretty sure is an abusive household.
But there's a clip of him smacking her ass.
I don't know. I don't think I've gotten to that yet. But
someone definitely said there was a clip of her dad smacking the ass.
Yeah, this is the next. Her and her dad are gonna be the next big orbiter drama.
Is this guy a trucker? What is he?
I think he's. I'm repeating information that I have not verified at all, but somebody said that he like won $700,000 a long time ago or whatever, and he's like blown all of it trying to make his family streamers or something. I'm not sure. I don't know if any of what I just said is true, but
Back in here. Show your ass, Grace. You know you want to show your ass, little slut whore.
Slap yourself for us. Slap yourself.
She does. She got a nice ass. She should use it. Should be put to use.
I think that's her.
Okay, sorry.
Tight little solid little ass on you, Grace.
Sorry.
I bury my face in
Every
your
time
fucking
white people say somebody got a nice
Open
ass and it's a
ass.
total lie, it really peeves me.
And what's the total lie?
Okay, I don't even want to say this. We were supposed to talk about incest, and then it's like,
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that's what we do here on the Destiny stream. Oh, hold on, we get another clip of him smacking her ass. Because I know that's what you want to see. There you go. Feel better? We can't see it? Yeah, you guys aren't seeing that, okay?
that's wild. And the fact that did somebody edit the banjo music?
I don't even know, to be honest. I'm not sure. I haven't finished watching this video yet.
Okay. No.
I think that was edited in, yeah.
Okay. I thought Melina was going to join us. What happened?
Usually whenever I'm streaming, she likes to wash her rock collection in the back, so she might be doing that.
Yo, Melina, you joining?
Milker!
She's the one who said she was going to join like 30 minutes ago.
Fuck, I don't have a third mic.
It's okay. Me and her can share. Yo. You call her Milker? Where did that come from?
Because her name is Melker.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then boob joke.
You guys bored?
No, you said you were going to join us. So
Yeah, you said you were
going to
join
hold you to your word.
I was running on cleaning.
You were cleaning?
Yeah.
You guys haven't hired cleaners?
I think we were thinking about it.
I said so because I don't think I have time to clean anymore. 'cause
We
I'm
should just do
working
it.
so much.
Yeah.
You're making that money.
Yeah, I think it's better to.
There, get it close.
What if she's not able to clean your rock collection as well as you can, though? Do you think?
I will clean the rocks, okay?
Okay.
They need me to do it.
Yeah?
They need to hear it. Yeah, they do.
True.
Yeah.
Is this mic even picking us up? I can't even tell.
Are we gonna
Yeah,
watch
you can
stuff?
tell when you speak into it. You should be able to hear yourself.
Should I get headphones or anything, or?
Do you want these?
No, I can just go get some other ones.
I don't know how much longer we're going to be, but we're also not listening. If we listen to something, we'll grab some.
Okay. Cool.
So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, Mel.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. We haven't
Nice.
actually had time to speak or
Are you
talk
joining the dark side by doing... What was the word you were using again?
What's the word?
What was the word? When you're doing like... What is it called? Fuck! Oh no! There's like 2 words I don't know now.
React content?
No. He was asking if I was self-destructing myself.
Killing yourself?
Oh, the polyamorous thing?
It was a word. What was the word that he...
Oh, hedonism. That's the word.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah. Are you doing that?
Am I doing the hedonism? No.
Yeah.
Or
No.
Am I being offered drugs and sex?
Never. You never do any of them?
Oh, are you asking if I'm a hedonist?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say I am. I mean, I have been in the past, though.
He's converting to Islam with Sneeko. They're
Wait,
both doing
really?
their ceremony at
No,
the same
no,
time
definitely,
tomorrow. That's why he came here, yeah.
No,
and then after this, we're
once
going
you
on a
leave Islam,
pilgrimage.
you can't go back.
Really?
No, you can certainly go back.
Oh, damn.
Spread misinformation.
You're just gonna be... Wait, are you even conservative?
No.
Why would you think he's conservative?
Because I think you said so.
Oh, I probably did.
Yeah.
When I was
You've
slandering.
been shit talking to me by saying I'm a conservative?
There's no way I said he was
I think
conservative.
you
You're
said
lying.
that. I think you said
I probably
so.
said he was slightly more conservative than me, like socially, which
Because
is
I got
probably
that
true.
question, so I thought that would be the case. And
No
then you said
shot.
that... Because I said, oh, I didn't think he was conservative. And then you said, yeah, but he is. I think that's what you said.
You're just making shit up.
No, this absolutely 100% happened.
You know what people always ask me about when they find out I know you? They're like, what's their relationship really like?
Based.
I was like, oh, they're fine. They seem to get along when we hang out offline, so.
So what is the relationship like? Tell
What-
them they don't know.
What? With these
What's
people?
a real relationship? Yeah.
Honestly, could you guys role play something for me?
Sure.
Roleplay?
What do you need?
Can you do the Steven Crowder scene?
we basically do that unironically,
Watch
like
it.
every 2 weeks.
Yeah. I need to hear you say her
Steven?
lines.
Steven, I love you. I'm committed to you.
I don't love you. I've never felt love from you.
This is way too real. This happens all the time.
Yeah. It's kind of like,
You're
why I
just
like,
like-
when
you're
she started
just
saying
pulling up
Steven, I just get
trauma.
it, yeah.
Steven.
I get sucked into a...
Guys, be careful. Don't be
Steven?
joking about this. People think you really say this shit to each other.
Watch it.
Steven.
Fucking watch it.
Steven.
Feeling
love you.
boxed in? That's how I feel.
I'm gonna take the car.
Why don't you take an Uber instead?
I'm taking the car.
You're not taking a car.
I'm taking the car.
You're not taking a car.
Can you say one line for me? Can you say what his abuse is?
You're being abusive.
No, you gotta say his abuse is sick.
Oh.
Your abuse is sick.
No, you gotta say Steven before.
Steven, your abuse is sick.
Thank you.
That's pretty good. You guys don't really fight like that.
We already do this all the time. So it's not that hard.
Like,
just say no.
We're like 25% of the way there. It just depends.
Wait, that's not true.
Okay,
he doesn't remember when we fight and when we don't fight. He's like, whenever we have a fight, if it's like once every like 6 months or something, he's like, we're fighting all the time. But then we're not really.
Okay, here's what I noticed, okay? My emotional currency for fighting used to be like my real life currency for life, right? So back in the day, back in the carpet cleaning days, if some shit got fucked with my car, any bill puts me behind like weeks or months. If I get like a fucking broken wheel, a fucking speeding ticket, any bullshit, it fucks me hard. Well, now, if I got a million things going on, if I fight with Mel, it puts my schedule behind by weeks. Like, I just wasted 2 days fighting with this motherfucker. And now I'm behind on my emails. I was supposed to do this shit. I didn't hit my gym shit. I woke up late for stream. And it's just like, that's what I feel. So
He's picking the fights. He's doing it to himself because he wants to play life in the hard mode at all times. So he needs everything to be complicated and hard everywhere.
True.
So the more he fights with me, the more he just feels excited.
Yeah.
Gets her blood running?
Basically, yeah. I'm like, is she really going to leave me this time? Like, she took her backpack, but she didn't pack any of her actual shit. I think she's just fucking with me. She's just going to go to a hotel for a night. She'll come back.
Okay, let me ask you guys.
Yeah?
You guys ever said the words, I don't love you?
I think the worst we've said is I got really mad once she was in. I was like, I don't think I like you.
Okay, that's fine. Wait, who said that? You said that?
I think I said that.
You said that.
Yeah.
I don't say that shit.
I was like, I don't think I like you right now, Mel.
Right now you say I don't like you. That's what you say.
Yeah, because you were on some wild shit. You
and then I
say, you're
really mean. No, it's just because he can't control his feelings and he just says mean stuff because he gets really emotional.
I feel like that's a Patrice O'Neal bit.
I say that. I say, Mel.
I love you, but I don't think I like you anymore.
Yeah, I say, Mel, I'm very upset right now. Can we talk about this in 8 hours? And she's like, no.
Wait,
like, okay,
no,
well.
you don't say in 8 hours. If you said, hey, let's talk about this in 8 hours, that's all good. But you say like, I'm not gonna talk to you for days, or I'll talk to you later. That means no.
Hold on. The last time I said 1 to 2 days. I think that's a fair amount of time to decompress.
And when did you start talking to me?
Like, well, because you probably messaged
like
me.
2 hours later.
Yeah, because you gave me 1 to 2 days, and then I didn't even need that. I just need like a few hours, you know.
Oh, okay.
Just give me some time.
Does it bother you if he ever needs to take space like that?
Yes. Sometimes.
You were gonna answer my question.
Yeah, let her answer.
What was the question?
Does it bother you if he says, "Listen, I'm heated" or whatever? I need time.
I think usually if he says like, "Oh, I need a few hours, I need like a day, we can have like a real conversation later." That's cool because usually whenever he's heated, it's not a good conversation that's gonna come out of that.
Okay.
True.
So I know that, which is cool. But he needs to make sure that like I get the time. Otherwise, it just feels like he just never wants to bring it up ever again.
True.
I'm gonna ask. You guys have been together how long?
Like 2 years.
Here?
1 year, 2 years.
Married?
How long have we been together?
4 years.
Okay. Yeah, it's been like 4 years.
Okay.
You say 2 years?
He's definitely trolling. So,
you look. This is a bad boy, Steve.
Yeah. Okay. 4 years. A little over 4 years, I think. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah.
What is something that you've learned about relationships being with him, for the better?
That whenever, or like with him specifically, or relationships in general.
Relationships in general. Is there anything that you feel like you've gotten better at as a result?
I don't know. There's a lot of things that you learn from relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should I just pick one?
Yeah, with this one specifically.
Probably like whenever people get really emotional, which everyone gets. It's not like anyone else is better than the other. Everyone turns into children.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, give me an example of that.
Like when you get really emotional, really heated, you turn into a child. Like I do, he does.
What does that look like?
No, and no matter what age, it just depends on like how well you can control your feelings or your emotions, or like when you need to step away, when you can have a conversation, or like think clear-headed. Most people can't do that. People just see it as like winning or something instead of fixing.
Okay, so you see someone trying to win an argument as being childish.
No, when you get extremely heated, really emotional, people get really mean. or they just like start throwing things out and everything is just spinning into absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, so usually what you need to do is that you actually need to like take an hour or something to like chill out.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and I think it's a lot easier to just treat everyone like children when that
True.
happens, because that's all there is to it.
What about you, Destiny?
I didn't learn shit.
Yeah.
I'm fucking perfect.
You're not. Stop being such a bitch.
All the red pill people that I fight against, that I say like you shouldn't do this, is how you build a healthy relationship. All of those things are things that I do unironically in the worst way.
Like what?
Like I have really hard time like communicating and shit, or something I've had to work on a lot over the past 4 years. It's probably the number one detriment to all of my relationships is that can be a very bad communicator.
Mm-hmm.
So like if there's a fight that's like bad enough, and if somebody's pushing me for an answer hard enough in the heat of the moment.
Are you like a shutdown kind of person? When you go to your
Yes.
corner
I'm like, listen, if you don't like it, then just fucking leave. Why are you even here? If you don't like the relationship, just fucking go find somebody else. Get the fuck out of my house. Let me work.
He's also got dead eyes. And
Yeah.
So when he says certain things, it just
Then
looks
I
like
just
there's
need
no
to treat him like a child,
Yeah,
because he's
that's
just
usually
being
like-
childish. That's what he's doing.
That's
so
my shutdown mode.
instead of
yeah.
like seeing him as like this is his true feelings, I just can't think that way. I need to just like, no, he's just being childish right now and really emotional. So I need to like give him space, and he's gonna most likely say that he did not mean that later.
That's good.
Hopefully.
That's good.
But this is like, I think this is most people. I think most people do this to some extent, you know.
Act childish when they're upset.
Yeah, but I think you're pretty okay at communicating at times.
Usually. I've gotten better at it. That's like a thing. That's like probably the biggest thing I need to work on, or have been working on.
But it kind of makes sense, because if there's people that you've tried to communicate with in the past and they get mad for you saying things or wanting things, usually you kind of want to pull away and never really say anything in that case. So
Yeah.
So remember the boundary thing that I was talking about?
Mm-hmm.
That I feel like he needs to get better at boundaries. It's
Yeah.
probably one of these things too. It's not just like, don't do this, whatever. It's also like, I need these things,
Yeah.
but I don't dare to say those things because you're
I
gonna
agree.
get
That's
mad.
why I told him to
That's
delete
also a boundary. Yeah.
Darius and delete the other one, the relevant guy.
Wait, what was it?
But I said delete them. They gotta go.
Delete them?
Yeah, they gotta
You don't want them to be on?
Hey man, I said like, yo, if somebody does that to me, they gotta go. That's my boundary. You know what I mean? So I agree with you. You gotta have those up.
Yeah.
What about for you? What have you been working on? Aren't you in a new relationship or something, or am I making that up?
Hey, listen, everything that happens to me stays offline.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't want to talk about generally what life skills you've improved over the past.
I think the pandemic just made me slow down so many things.
Yeah.
And then I tried long distance relationship once, and I hated the fuck out of it.
Oh,
you know
fuck
what
that,
I realized I hate about long distance?
Uh-oh.
It's not just the distance. I actually hate the time together.
Why is that?
Because you go from not seeing somebody to like seeing them for 9 days straight, all day, every day.
Mhm.
And it's so jarring. Like when you just start dating somebody, you go to dinner, you go out, they go home, you go home. But then long distance, like you like somebody, right? And then you don't see them. And then all of a sudden you're seeing them for like 10 days straight. It's like, bro, I just want to breathe for a little bit. And so that can be fucking jarring.
Yeah,
There's just
for sure.
so much like you can't play video games the same way because they're just there. Or you can't just do anything. Like you haven't even gotten the comfort level to live with somebody, but it feels like you're part-time living with someone. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
No
one has ever talked about that. Like the time together is actually also in a weird way miserable.
Yeah.
I think that's like with everyone. I realized that after the pandemic too, because everyone got so introverted afterwards. I think you need to like train that. I think that's like working out. Like you're not gonna like working out if you don't do it, but if you but if you're doing it, you almost need it. So if you're like let's say that you're a very like introverted person, and then you become really extroverted with your work, you're probably gonna need to see a lot more people like when you're not working as well. And it's the same other way around as well. So if you haven't seen anyone for a very long time, it's actually, even though you might be extroverted or you were beforehand, it's probably going to be really hard for you to get extrovert again. I really do believe that. I think that's the thing. I think it's like I think you can be a little bit more naturally extroverted or introverted, but I think it's like a training thing.
You think that relates to my long distance issue I have?
Yeah,
How so?
because you're not used to it. You're not used to having someone around all the time. Right?
Yeah, but
and you're
it
not
feels
used
like,
to having a relationship all the time around you, so it's like almost too much.
If I was to start somebody on a workout regimen, right, I wouldn't be like, all right, you're working out every day, or you're going to work out every other day. You'd build them up over time to get the strength to be able to handle that, right?
Yeah.
I don't have the strength to go from like never seeing that person to all of a sudden you're there for 10 days. That's just a very extreme polar extreme rather than incrementally.
Yeah, I think the social thing is like a training thing that you need to get used to, for
That's
sure.
fair. That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
So maybe what you said, I should start with like 1-2 days and then build up to like 3, 4, 5.
I think mostly you need to do that. Because also, like, let's say that you're hanging out with someone all the time and you want to hang out with them all the time. You should be able to, like, be alone.
Okay.
But you're probably so used to hanging out with someone. So it's like, I think it goes both ways.
Okay, I like that. I
Yeah.
like that advice.
Did she ban someone?
No.
No.
Did somebody join? I heard a noise.
Yeah, Darius, what did you want? You got 3 seconds, or did somebody kick him?
Did someone kick him?
I didn't kick him. You took those perms away from me.
Did I really? Damn. Which fucking room do I check here to see if my autistic fucking mods are kicking people? Do you remember which room it is that I check?
There's a mod room.
Yeah, what's it
It's
fucking
at the bottom
called?
somewhere. I don't know anymore because I
God.
can't see it.
Audit log.
What?
Last time I saw you, you looked very different. Do you have shorter hair?
No.
Oh, bangs.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, and then I'm blonder.
Okay, what do you
I
want?
was blonde last time.
Okay, so what is Abo telling you to like cancel me for? What's going on? Why are people messaging me?
No, we were just having a general conversation about Lav, and you came up.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My bad.
Love you.
I did say cancel, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you making it sound general? Like I said, yo, get the Bollywood guy out of here.
Jesus. What is it?
Bro, say it when I'm in the fucking call, bitch. Nigga, you are such a pussy, dude. Literally, you do it in DMs too. Say it to my fucking face, bitch.
Why did he leave?
I don't know if he's leaving. I don't know if one of my fucking mods is kicking him. I don't know how to tell.
You can rejoin.
Oh, wait. I think I go up here to server settings, don't I? Audit log. Here we go. Wait, is this the one? Is it audit log?
I don't think so.
Oh, no. I don't know if it is this.
I think RTBA wants to say something.
That's okay. He's not getting kicked. He's
just leaving fairly quickly. That's fine.
Yeah, that's his kind of thing. He memes like that, you know.
Yeah, it's all good. But okay, I think that's pretty good. Is there anything else you want to bring up?
No. You want to go to eat soon?
I'm not gonna be able to go out to eat. I gotta go out.
You can't go out to eat right now. If we left right now.
Even if we left right now, because I'd be rushing it. And I don't want to.
Fuck you.
What do you mean, fuck me? I'm letting you do your thing. I know you love streaming. I don't want to ruin your shit, bro. I know you want to write this like self-defense piece about why you should be able to shoot people for grass or whatever it is.
Base.
And I respect that. But yeah, no, I'm gonna go out.
What are you here for?
I'm going out to like a couple dance events and then just going out.
You went to Miami to go on dates?
Dance events.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, dance events.
Yeah.
Wait, what kind of dance events? Salsa?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so I was doing that the whole weekend. So I was just doing that, and then I was gonna link up with Destiny for a bit of work, and then see some friends. But otherwise, it's just go out and do stuff.
When do you leave? Do you say?
Tuesday morning.
Cool.
So if you want to go out to eat Monday, we can certainly do that.
What are you doing Sunday?
Sunday, I got a dinner with somebody else, and then I'm going out again. I'm going out the whole weekend.
Okay.
Why, is Monday a bad day?
No, we can go Monday.
Okay.
Is this what you're doing?
What am I looking at, bro?
What is this?
Black liberalism. I'm gonna be looking out here for you, okay?
Bro, I invited you. You want to come out? You're more than welcome to. But Destiny said you didn't want to, so I was like, that's all good.
True.
You ever taken any dance classes?
I used to compete in ballroom dancing.
Hey!
So I know all of those
You and
dance
Ayla.
dances. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you guys over here in
Isn't
this
that
fucking
weird?
perfect form?
I haven't done it in so long though.
Wait, what kind of ballroom? What are you doing?
All the 10 dances. I was competing all of them.
That's a lot. Which
Yeah.
one's your favorite? You one of them foxtrot
My
motherfuckers? You'd be like,
favorite one? I don't know if I had a favorite one.
you ever seen her
They're
dance?
all very different. No, you've never seen it. I haven't done it in years, is the thing. So I'm very curious if I started. But like I can understand, like if we danced, you would be able to like what do you
Lead
call it?
you.
Like yeah, exactly, really well. Because I would probably figure out like the basic steps, and I would figure out like how to do everything.
All right, let's
Even
find
though
out.
no.
Find out.
No, we gotta find out.
Uh-oh.
No. Okay.
Mel time.
Why would I say this?
Mel time.
Okay.
It's
All right.
it's
What's that?
it's Mel time.
Oh, she got the form. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just doing salsa. We're just going.
Yep. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. See?
Is that okay?
Yeah. There you go. Hey.
Right. It
You
kind
see?
of works. Yeah.
5,
Maybe.
6, 7, 1. 5, 6, 7, 1. 5, 6, 7. Hey, she can really do it.
Nice
She can
job.
really do
Really
it.
kinda
No,
do
don't
it.
be so
Yeah.
shy. You got this.
Because I've done it so long.
That's fine. That's fine. I can tell you were like a little bit strange, but you good.
Yeah.
Yo,
I've
you
done
want
it
to know
so
how
long.
she knew what she was doing? She did this. She went. That's how I knew, man. She started flexing them shoulders and them traps. I was like, oh, she not fucking playing.
I was getting footage for his next cuck video on me. Thanks. I see what's going on here.
Oh my God, he let his wife dance with another
True.
man.
He said, "In what? You want to slap her
next?" They make
next?"
it sound like we was grinding or some shit. Like, yo, chill, be easy.
True. I should have turned up the R&B.
Yo, you could put a lot of crazy music.
I
on
should
that.
probably try that sometime though, for real.
What?
So like just to see because I just need to like know the basic steps.
Yeah,
And
but
then-
here it's a
then I
lot
can,
of
like,
Cuban
follow around
salsa.
really well, yeah.
Here's a lot. So your ballroom stuff, like you probably get the rhythm quickly, but the ballroom stuff wouldn't work because Cubans be like this, they be
Yeah,
they be
yeah,
on
yeah,
so it's a bit different. But you can definitely enjoy it. There's a lot of salsa in the city, so yeah. All right,
Oh, I also realized that is it called swing?
swing dancing, yeah. If you want
I
to dress like
realized
you're from
that
the
one is also-
'70s,
that one is also really similar to another dance called jive. If you've ever heard that one.
I have. That's
They're
very fast
very
paced.
similar. Yeah. So like when I heard the beat, I was like, wait, I get this. And then I remember I went to the park and someone was like, oh, do you want to swing? I was like, okay, I'll try. And then I realized it was very, very similar, but like a little bit different, like just a tiny bit different, but very, very similar. So it was really fun too.
I definitely think you should pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good to have activities like that. That's an activity, Destiny, where it's a big time investment, but I don't mind putting the time and traveling and doing all that stuff because I feel like the emotional reward is worth it.
Wow.
Yeah.
We dance a little bit sometimes.
Do you?
No.
When he gets really drunk or high. He
Nope.
Hey, Destiny, why you tell me you never dance
That's
ever?
not true.
Well, I
Problem
actually
is
suggested
Melina is probably drunk or high. She's not remembering correctly.
We do some mushrooms and we go out dancing. And Destiny's like, I would never do that.
He's like, should you do it?
Nope.
It's basically just slow dancing like this. Like very, very close and very, very
That's
slow.
nice. That's
to
cute.
like
That's
some nice
romantic.
music.
There you
Yeah.
go.
That's what it is.
Destiny, why are you afraid to show your soft side? Is being lovey-dovey like disgusting to you?
The problem is that I told her mom I only did that with her, and now if she's watching, she's gonna feel like I'm cheapening those moments. So,
yeah, that male vulnerability is beautiful, Destiny.
Yeah.
You just had a conversation with Dr. K. We need to encourage men to undo their toxic masculinity.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, you want to come at me for like my bisexual takes, but look at
True.
you. This is like in that same vein. Like, come on, bro. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, you good?
What kind of dance would you like to do?
What kind of dance would I like to do?
Yeah. No, don't fucking do it. Don't. I can't see your
What?
face.
I'm not doing anything.
Stop. Don't do that.
Okay.
I can see his face. He's already
All right.
about to do it.
All right. Listen, I think we've reached the end of the line. I don't think I have anything else you wanted to bring up?
No, not for now. Hopefully
Anything
we'll
else?
get to eat on Monday if you can pencil me on your schedule anyway. Yeah.
Are you hungry, Steve?
A little bit, yeah. Well, I thought now I was mentally prepared to go, but now I have to unprepare myself. So.
Thing is, I went for ceviche earlier today, and I got some Peruvian rice and chicken, and I kept leftovers. And I feel like I'd just be wasting food. Where did you want to go eat?
There's like a place over here that's just got amazingly good food.
Like what? Okay, hold on. Without saying, like, what kind of food?
What would you? How would you describe it, Mel? You know
Which
what I'm
one
talking
is it?
Just don't say the
we
name of the
went
restaurant.
right there.
So I don't want people to.
Where we
roll.
just went with like fucking Dan and your dad and everybody. We always go there.
Like right next to us?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. We just went there like 3 nights ago.
Oh.
How would you describe the food?
Oh, it's good.
What kind of food? Just say like what kind of food it is.
Should I say what kind of food?
Yeah.
It's like the Asian food, right? Kind of.
Yeah, Asian's
but-
general enough. That's good.
Okay, I
It's
guess.
like a little bit like Korean barbecue almost.
A little bit, but
not
it's
really.
good.
You guys like taking meat and just broiling that bitch?
No, we don't do that there. That's cringe. We just order the stuff on the menu. But
All right,
it's
then let's
really
go eat. Let's go eat. Let's
good.
go eat.
Oh,
I'll take the leftovers and I'll
Fuck
put them
yeah,
aside.
you will. Okay, I love you guys. I'll be back in. I have to stream more tonight because it's my kick day. How much should I stream today?
What are you gonna stream today, Steve?
Oh God, only 4
Whoa,
hours.
whoa, whoa, hold on,
Wait, I
hold
have a
up, hold
plan.
up,
I'm
hold
gonna
up,
tell
hold
them
up,
about
hold
the
up,
plan.
hold up. Is this true?
What?
Oh, never mind.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I need to see that. No shot.
Yeah, see, that's why I stopped it. Because even though you wanted to end the stream, I knew right away that needed to.
No, that can't be true.
Okay, I'll say a good idea though. That I have, okay?
Hold up, that was crazy. Whoever posted that, if that's true, this is wild. Because she's one of my favorites. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I ordered a bunch of paint stuff for Steve, so we can sit and paint or like do crafting while chatting about things or watching.
I
videos.
can't even. Her account's private. I think this person just literally lied.
Yeah, if what you said is true.
Wait, hold on, wait. Can somebody post a link to the guy that just said, is Annalicia posting shit in his IG stories? Because this thing's about to get permabanned if he was big.
Maybe he's following her on IG and he knows.
No, hold on. I want to see. Show me.
Oh, hold up. If it's true, then screenshot that shit and post it in DGG.
Oh shit. Oh, it's just
No,
a
it's
comic.
just a comic. Who
Oh, yeah.
cares, bro? We almost.
Damn, I thought we had some
Ban
real
him,
shit
ban him.
going on.
IP ban him. IP ban him. IP
No,
ban him. No,
it's
no, no. He deserves that. Nah, bro. He deserves that. That's actually an IP ban that's warranted.
No, we're good.
Hold up. Are you serious? He's fake story.
It wasn't. It was a real. He just thought it was more serious than it was. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Should have IP banned him.
Oh, Annalisa, I think is coming to Miami at some point. Okay, we got to make that work.
You guys can make. Why, you want me to see her?
Weren't you guys fighting with each other at some point?
You should fight here.
Well, or anywhere. We'll do it somewhere. Okay.
It's got milking that stuff for sure.
Okay, I love you guys. Have fun. I'll be back in like an hour probably. Okay. Ripperino, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Mal W.